Him standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes, because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, but the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright, and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crab? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways, he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crab. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crab was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crab and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crab's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before, she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed, the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing. She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors. It was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young schoolteacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another was simple and deadly. She can't be allowed to get away with that. June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road. You can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabbe's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, the familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. Junet's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out, the air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye. The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crab deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain. The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turn to the official record, hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crab. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh-and-blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crabb's grave is not hard to find. Her family and those who remembered tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years, a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabb family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. Junet's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabb, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted. Not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again, even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crabb became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crabb isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crabb family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories, occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world, a brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage. The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century. A story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries filled with the stories of the people who came before us. Stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this and the men who covered it up are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains. In the coal-dusted hollows of eastern Kentucky, whispers followed Luana Mooney like a cold mountain fog. Death was her constant companion. One husband died in a fiery car crash. Another, from a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide. A lover was consumed by a house fire that left her miraculously unscathed. Was she the unluckiest woman in all of Appalachia, cursed by some dark mountain hex? Or was the simple, tired-looking woman a calculating predator, collecting insurance policies like funeral bouquets? Today, we separate the chilling facts from the folk legend to uncover the truth behind the woman they called the Black Widow. To understand the darkness that followed, you first have to understand the world that Luana and her first husband, Jim Muncie, inhabited in the early 1970s. Pike County, Kentucky, was a land of stark contrasts. Breathtaking mountains, ancient and stoic, cradled valleys choked with the grit of the coal industry. The air itself seemed heavy, a mix of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present metallic tang of the mines. Life here was carved out of the rock, and it was just as unyielding. Jim Muncie was a product of this world, an ordinary man, which in Pike County meant he was extraordinarily tough. He likely spent his days deep in the earth, his face permanently smudged with coal dust, his hands calloused and strong. He was the kind of man who worked without complaint, because complaining didn't pay the bills or put food on the table. His dreams were probably simple: a steady paycheck, a warm house, and seeing his children grow up with a little more opportunity than he had. He was the backbone of Appalachia, the silent, hard-working man upon which everything was built. In this life, Luana was the quintessential miner's wife. From the outside, she fit the mold perfectly. She kept a home, raised a family, and bore the quiet anxieties that came with loving a man who worked in one of the most dangerous professions on earth. Neighbors saw a plain, unassuming woman, her face etched with the same weary resignation as so many others in the holler. She was part of the community, another soul bound to the rhythm of the mine whistle and the slow turning of the seasons. But the hollers are more than just collections of houses. They are intricate webs of observation. Nothing goes unseen. Every family's struggle, every hushed argument, every small joy is noted and filed away in the collective memory of the community. People survived by leaning on each other, but that closeness meant there were no secrets. The community was a safety net, but it could also be a cage where everyone knew your past and watched your future. And beneath the surface of this hardscrabble existence, a dangerous current flowed. In a world where a man's life was a daily gamble against collapsing rock and failing equipment, death was never a stranger. It was a practical matter. Life insurance wasn't an abstract financial tool. It was often the only legacy a man could leave his family, the one final payday earned with his very life. And for a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of problems to be solved, this grim reality held a terrible, hidden logic. Little did anyone know, Luana Mooney wasn't just living in this world, she was studying it. After Jim Muncie's car plunged into that ravine, the initial reaction in the holler was exactly what you'd expect, a wave of genuine, heartfelt sympathy. Casseroles appeared on Luana's doorstep. Neighbors offered to watch the children. The church ladies spoke in hushed, sorrowful tones about the poor widow. In Appalachia, community is the bedrock of survival, and when one of their own falls, everyone feels the tremor. Luana played the part of the grieving widow well, her face a mask of quiet devastation. But memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night, and observation is a finely honed skill. The first whispers weren't accusations, they were just questions. A few of the older men who'd known Jim his whole life scratched their beards and wondered aloud how a man who knew those treacherous roads like the back of his hand could have made such a fatal mistake. The talk was quiet, confined to front porches after sundown, but it was there. Then came the matter of the insurance. No one begrudged a widow her due, but the speed with which Luana settled the claim raised an eyebrow or two. It seemed too efficient, too businesslike for a woman supposedly crippled by grief. The most potent silence came from the Munsey clan itself. Families in these parts are fiercely loyal, woven together by blood and shared hardship. They closed ranks, supporting Jim's children, but a subtle coldness was directed at their mother. Perhaps they remembered old arguments over money, or the way Luana seemed to pull Jim away from his kin. They never said a word against her publicly. That wasn't the way, but their support felt obligatory, their embraces lacking warmth. They watched her, their gazes heavy with an unspoken history that only they knew. This fertile ground of quiet doubt was all it took for rumors to take root and grow like kudzu. Whispers began to slither through the community, each retelling adding a new, darker detail. I heard they were fighting something awful the night before the crash, someone might say at the general store. Heard he was talking about leaving her, another might add. There was no proof, no evidence for any of it. But in a place where gossip travels faster than a telephone call, truth and speculation soon became hopelessly entangled. The sympathy began to curdle into suspicion. Every word was another dry twig laid carefully at Luana's doorstep, just waiting for a spark. A few years passed, and the quiet murmurs about Jim Munsey's death might have faded into the background hum of mountain life. But Luana made a move so audacious it snapped the community to attention. She found comfort, and then a new husband, in the arms of Norman Munsey, her late husband's cousin. In a place where bloodlines are sacred and certain boundaries are never crossed, this union was a scandal. It felt wrong, a violation of memory and respect that sent a jolt through the Munsey clan and the entire holler. Norman, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadow he was stepping into. He was a man clearly smitten and perhaps a little naive. He started talking, bragging to his buddies over a beer after a long shift. He told them how Luana had taken out a new life insurance policy on him, a policy for a sum that was staggering by Pike County standards. He'd laugh it off, saying, "She just loves me so much, she's terrified of losing me." To his friends, hearing those words, a cold dread began to settle in. It sounded less like a term of endearment and more like a valuation. Then came the day the laughing stopped. Norman Munsey was found dead in their trailer. The official report delivered a verdict that was clinical, simple, and to everyone who lived there, utterly unbelievable. Suicide. A single gunshot wound. But the official story crumbled the second it hit the grapevine. The rumor, spreading like wildfire from the first person who saw the body to the last person in the county, was that the wound wasn't where a man could put it himself. The old-timers in Pikeville shook their heads, their faces grim. "A man don't shoot himself in the back of the head," they'd say, their voices low and certain. This was the point of no return. The death of Jim Munsey had been a question mark. The death of Norman Munsey was an exclamation point. The community's unspoken verdict was delivered. Luana was no longer just an unlucky widow. She was something else, something to be feared. The whispers about a curse were replaced by a chilling certainty of something far more human and far more sinister. The law might have closed the case, but in the court of mountain opinion, the first drops of blood had stained Luana Mooney's hands, and the stain was never going to wash out. By the time Luana took up with Curtis Copley, the cloud of suspicion around her had grown dark and heavy. They lived together in a dilapidated house on the edge of town, a place that seemed to sag under the weight of its own decay. It was the kind of house that old-timers would say had a misery about it, where the floorboards groaned with untold stories and the windows looked out like vacant eyes. For Curtis, it was just a place to live. For Luana, it was a stage for her next and most terrifying act. On the afternoon before the fire, a neighbor saw something strange. Luana was making trips from the house to an old shed out back, carrying boxes and bundles wrapped in blankets. The neighbor didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe she was just cleaning out some old junk. But the image stuck in her mind. The methodical way Luana moved, her face a blank, unreadable mask. It wasn't the hurried work of spring cleaning. It was the careful, deliberate action of someone salvaging valuables from a sinking ship. That night, the house didn't just catch fire, it exploded. One moment, there was the quiet dark of the holler. The next, a roar as the old, dry wood surrendered to the flames. The house went up like a paper lantern soaked in kerosene, tearing a furious orange hole in the night sky. Windows burst, sending showers of glass into the yard. The heat was so intense it buckled the tin roof, which peeled back with a scream of tortured metal. It wasn't just a fire, it was an erasure. And then came the figure running down the dirt road, a woman in a nightgown, her silhouette framed against the inferno. It was Luana, her voice a piercing shriek, crying for help, for someone to save Curtis. She was the picture of terror and desperation, collapsing into the arms of the first neighbors to arrive, her body racked with sobs. She told a frantic story of waking up to smoke and heat, of barely managing to jump from a window as the floor gave way behind her. A miraculous escape. When the volunteer fire truck finally arrived, there was nothing they could do but watch the structure collapse in on itself, hissing and spitting into a smoldering pile of black bones. They poured water on the glowing embers, the steam rising into the night like departing ghosts. It took hours for the scene to cool enough for them to search the ruins. Inside, amidst the charred timbers and ash, they found what was left of Curtis Copley. He was discovered in the remains of his bed, a blackened shape that was barely recognizable as human. The question hung in the smoky air, unspoken, but felt by everyone there. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he even try to get out? The fire had been a monster, but it hadn't been silent. Yet Curtis had never moved. The whispers that followed were no longer whispers. They were spoken aloud, in tones of dread and certainty. People remembered the boxes Luana had moved. They replayed her frantic performance on the road, and it now seemed hollow, rehearsed. The talk of the evil eye returned, the legend of the woman who brought death to any man who shared her bed. Luana Mooney was no longer just a woman followed by tragedy. She was the tragedy itself, a walking, breathing folktale of Appalachian horror. The sun rose on a black, jagged wound in the heart of the holler. Where Curtis Copley's house had stood was now just a steaming skeletal ruin. The smell of wet ash and finality clung to the morning air. Investigators, what few the county had, poked through the debris, their faces grim. They found the remains of a wood stove, some twisted bed springs, and the charred remnants of a simple life. The fire had been too hot, too complete. It had consumed everything, including any shred of concrete evidence. The official explanation when it came was a shrug of the shoulders in paper form. Faulty wiring, perhaps. A stray ember from the stove. In a land of old wooden houses and overworked wiring, it was a plausible and convenient conclusion. It was ruled a tragic accident. Case closed. The system, lacking the tools or the will to dig deeper, moved on. Luana Mooney collected another insurance payment, a modest sum for a house and a life that had been reduced to cinders. In the days that followed, Luana played her role to perfection. She was the shattered survivor, the woman haunted by loss, her voice a fragile whisper. But those watching her saw something else. They saw that her grief was a garment she put on in the morning and took off at night. Her eyes, when she thought no one was looking, were not filled with sorrow, but with a cold, clear focus. She was a woman with a plan, and the ashes of her old life were simply the foundation for her next one. The community rendered a different verdict. The whispers were over. Now there was a wall of silence. When Luana walked into the general store, conversations would cease. Mothers would pull their children a little closer. Men who might have once offered a polite nod now stared straight through her, their faces hard as granite. The silent shunning was a form of mountain justice, a way of casting someone out without ever laying a hand on them. She had become a ghost in her own town, a living pariah. She was now more legend than person. The Black Widow of Pikeville was a name spoken in hushed tones, a story told to frighten restless children and warn young men. She was the embodiment of the darkness that could hide behind a plain face, a boogeyman born from their own community. The fear was palpable. Who would be next? What man would be foolish enough to get tangled in her web? It seemed impossible, and yet, in the desperate poverty of Appalachia, there was always someone willing to take a gamble, someone who believed they could outsmart the devil herself. Michael Adkins didn't die. Wounded and bleeding, fueled by a primal will to live, he stumbled through the dark woods, every rustle of leaves sounding like his executioner returning. He finally collapsed on the doorstep of a remote house, his plea for help a ragged gasp. That desperate cry for help was the shot that finally broke the silence, the one that the law could not ignore. It reached the ears of Pike County Sheriff Charles Fuzzy Kesey, a man who had been carrying the weight of Luana's story for years. For Kesey, the rumors were more than just holler gossip. They were a series of ghosts he couldn't lay to rest. Michael Adkins, alive and talking, was the proof he had been waiting for. The hunt began immediately, but it wasn't for Luana. Kesey was smarter than that. He knew Luana was a fortress, her walls built of lies and feigned innocence. The weak point, the unlocked gate, was the hired help, Danny Lee Ross. Deputies found him easily. He wasn't a hardened criminal hiding in some mountain cave. He was a scared young man, haunted by what he had done, and he folded the moment the law cornered him. There was no fight left in him, only the sickening weight of his conscience. They brought Ross back to the sheriff's office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and impending justice. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, away from Luana's influence, the dam of his fear finally burst. The story came pouring out in a torrent of guilt and terror. He told them everything. He described the cold, methodical way Luana had laid out the plan, her voice calm as she discussed the best way to kill her husband. He talked about the promise of money, a sum that must have seemed like a fortune to a young man with no prospects. He recounted the botched ambush, the look in Michael Adkins's eyes, and his own panicked flight. With every word Ross spoke, the web of rumor and myth that had protected Luana for a decade was being systematically dismantled and replaced by a cold, hard chain of evidence. Sheriff Kesey now had a confession, a motive, and a living victim. The ghosts of Norman Muncie and Curtis Copley and Jim Muncie now had a voice. The posse had been formed, not of men with rifles, but of sworn statements and legal warrants. The hunt for the Black Widow was finally on. The arrest itself was eerily quiet. There were no sirens, no dramatic showdown. The deputies pulled up to her small house, the place where she must have felt untouchable. They found her there, the picture of simple domesticity. But when she saw Sheriff Kesey at her door for the first time, a flicker of something other than grief or innocence crossed her face. It was the cold, flat look of a predator that knows it has been trapped. There was no struggle, no denial, no tears. She listened impassively as they read the charges, her hands held out for the cuffs as if she were merely accepting a package. As the cold steel clicked shut around her wrists, a silence fell over the holler. The hunt was over. The Black Widow was in a cage. The trial of Luana Mooney wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was an Appalachian spectacle. The old Pikeville courthouse, a building that had seen its share of feuds and moonshine cases, became the epicenter of the county's universe. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters with people from every surrounding holler. They came not just to see justice done, but to get a look at the woman who had haunted their imaginations for over a decade. Armed deputies lined the walls, their presence a testament to the tension that crackled in the thick, un-air-conditioned room. This was more than a trial. It was a reckoning. The prosecution, led by a lawyer who understood the mountain psyche, methodically built their case, brick by damning brick. They laid out the timeline of death and profit. First Jim Muncie, then the insurance check, then Norman Muncie and a larger check, then Curtis Copley and another payout. Finally, the attempt on Michael Adkins. They painted a portrait of a ruthless predator who used men not for love or companionship, but as disposable assets in a long-term financial plan. With Danny Lee Ross's trembling confession and Michael Adkins's harrowing testimony from the stand, the prosecution locked the cage door. The defense attorneys had an impossible task. They couldn't deny the Adkins plot, so they tried to shift the blame, portraying Luana as a simple, uneducated woman who was the victim of a cruel fate and the manipulations of others. They attacked Ross's character, painting him as a liar, trying to save his own skin by implicating a poor, unfortunate widow. They tried to create a fog of reasonable doubt, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. Throughout it all, Luana Mooney sat at the defense table, a small, still figure at the center of the storm. She showed no fear, no remorse, no emotion at all. While witnesses described her cold-blooded plans and men recounted their near-death experiences, she just watched, her face a placid mask. Her silence was more chilling than any confession. It was the unnerving calm of someone who believed she was above the judgment of ordinary men. She was not a cornered animal. She was a queen observing a tedious, predictable ceremony. After the closing arguments, the jury filed out, and a heavy silence descended on the courtroom. The wait wasn't long. When they returned, the foreman, a stern-faced coal miner, wouldn't look at Luana. He handed the paper to the clerk, whose voice cut through the tension. On the charge of conspiracy to murder Michael Adkins, guilty. On the charge of murdering Norman Muncie, guilty. A collective breath was released in the room, not a cheer, but a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and finality. Luana Mooney was sentenced to life in prison, the law of men finally catching up to her. But was it truly justice? The court had spoken on two of her victims. The ghosts of Jim Muncie and Curtis Copley, however, remained in the legal shadows, their deaths officially ruled accidents. The law had delivered its precise, limited verdict. But the people of the mountains, who had watched and whispered for years, knew the full, terrible score. The Black Widow was caged, but the question would always linger in the hollows. Had the system truly delivered justice, or had it just closed the book on the final bloody chapter? Luana Mooney's story didn't end with the sound of a gavel. She was transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, where she lived out the rest of her days in the sterile silence of a prison cell. For over 2 decades, she remained a cipher. She never confessed, never offered an apology, never gave any insight into the darkness that had driven her. She died in 2005, a quiet, anonymous end for a woman who had caused so much chaos. She took her secrets with her to a prison grave, leaving behind only a legacy of death and unanswered questions. The echoes of her life, however, still ripple through Pike County. Michael Adkins, the man who survived, became a reluctant legend. He was forever known as the one who got away, a living testament to Luana's evil and the one loose thread that unraveled her entire murderous tapestry. Her own children were also victims, forever branded by their mother's sins. Her son Danny, a pawn in her final failed plot, paid for his loyalty with a prison sentence of his own, his life irrevocably broken by the woman who should have protected him. The physical scars on the landscape have faded, but they haven't vanished. The old courthouse still stands in the center of Pikeville, and people will still point to its windows and say, "That's where they finally convicted the Black Widow." The treacherous mountain road where Jim Muncie died still claims cars in the winter ice. And if you ask the right old-timer, They can still show you the overgrown, empty patch of land where a house once burned to the ground, a place that feels colder than the surrounding woods, even on a summer day. But the most indelible trace Luana left behind is her name. In the hollows of eastern Kentucky, Luana Mooney is more than just a name. It's a cautionary tale, a piece of modern folklore. It's a shorthand for a heartless woman, a boogeyman used to warn men about who they trust. Her name has been woven into the very fabric of the place, a dark thread in a rich tapestry of mountain history. And in the old cemeteries, you can still find the weathered tombstones of her husbands, silent stone markers in a story of greed and murder. They stand as quiet, irrefutable proof that even though most of the world has forgotten, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning. Was Luana Mooney a woman cursed by fate, or was she a cold-blooded predator hiding in plain sight? The evidence leaves no room for doubt. There was no mountain hex, no evil eye. The curse was her own calculated greed, a chilling emptiness where a human heart should have been. But the more unsettling question is the one that has no easy answer. Was she born a monster? Or was she forged in the crushing poverty of the coal fields? In a world where a man's life was often valued at little more than his next paycheck, perhaps she simply saw her husband's as another dark seam to be mined for profit. The story of the Black Widow of Pikeville is more than just a chilling true crime tale. It is a profoundly Appalachian story about the darkness that can fester behind a quiet, unassuming facade. It's a testament to the fact that for a full decade, the only justice her victims received was in the whispers of the community. The holler knew. The law needed a confession and a survivor, but the people, with their long memories and watchful eyes, had passed their verdict years earlier. It serves as a stark reminder that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in the shadows of the deep woods. They sit on the front porch, they shop at the same store, and they know your name. This is a story of cruelty, yes, but it is also a story about the resilience of a place and its people. It's a story that has been absorbed by the very mountains that witnessed it all. A cautionary tale that will be told as long as there are campfires to gather around and cold nights to whisper in. The names on the tombstones will fade, but the echo of Luana Mooney's reign of terror serves as a permanent warning. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They said bullets curved around him in the air. They whispered that he could melt into the mountain fog like a ghost, that he'd made a deal with the devil himself in some dark and lonely hollow. For years, the name Jacko Fraser was enough to make a child stop crying and a grown man bolt his door at night. The law called him a murderer. But the people who lived and died in these hills had another name for him, the White Devil. But how does a man become a monster? How does flesh and blood turn into a legend that haunts a landscape for 100 years? Today, we hunt for the truth behind the ghost story. To understand a man like Jacko Fraser, you first have to understand the world that made him. Imagine the Cumberland Mountains in the late 1800s on the jagged border of Virginia and Kentucky. This was a land forgotten by God and the government, a place of stunning beauty and breathtaking cruelty. The mists that clung to the hollows hid deep secrets, and the ancient hills had seen more than their share of blood and tears. The Civil War had ripped through these communities, leaving behind not just poverty, but a generation of men who had been taught that the fastest way to solve a problem was with a rifle. They came home to find their farms in ruins and their futures uncertain. The law, in this part of the world, was a distant rumor. A county sheriff might hold authority in the dusty courthouse square, but out in the winding creeks and isolated cabins, his power faded to nothing. Here, a different law held sway. The law of the clan. Family was everything. Your name was your flag. Your cousins were your army. An insult to one was an insult to all, and debts of honor were paid in blood. This was the era of the great feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, where violence was not just an outburst of anger, but a structured part of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. This fierce loyalty was born of isolation. The dense forests and impassable ridges didn't just separate families from the outside world, they separated them from each other. Every farmstead was its own small kingdom, every cabin a fortress. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, and a man representing the government was seen as the biggest stranger of all. People here learned to rely on themselves, their kin, and their own judgment. But self-reliance couldn't always put food on the table. This was a world of grinding poverty. Families survived on what they could scratch from the rocky soil, what they could hunt in the deep woods, and what they could distill in a hidden still under the light of the moon. For a man with a quick trigger finger and no conscience, the desperation hanging in the air smelled like opportunity. It was into this boiling cauldron of pride, poverty, and clan justice that Jacko Fraser was born. The world he saw was not a place of laws and morals, but a battlefield for survival. The mountains were poised on a knife's edge, holding a fragile, violent peace. But that peace was about to be shattered, not by an invading army, but by a monster it had created in its own image. Long before the massacre that made him a legend, Jacko Fraser's name was already a poison whispered on the mountain wind. He didn't exist in a vacuum. His terror was fed by a network of lesser evils and silent supporters. Men like Henley Cox, his most notorious accomplice, were drawn to him like moths to a flame, lesser predators orbiting a greater one. And there were others, the small-time crooks who bought his stolen goods, the informants who'd trade a neighbor's whereabouts for a silver dollar or just to settle an old score. The Mullins clan, on the other hand, were the opposite of everything Jacko stood for. They were a large, well-respected family, a cornerstone of the community, which made them the perfect target for a man who wanted to prove that no one and nothing was safe. The deepest wounds in these mountains were often the oldest. Jacko himself was said to be a veteran of the Confederacy, a man who had seen the world burn and decided he liked the heat. He didn't come back from the war looking for peace. He came back carrying the war inside him, a personal battle against a world he felt had failed him. His grudge wasn't over a single plot of land or a stolen horse. His grudge was with humanity itself. He saw society as a sham, and he aimed to tear its mask off with violence. Of course, smaller, more personal grudges festered in every hollow. A card game that ended in a bitter accusation, a dispute over a property line that had been argued for generations, a family that got a little too prosperous for a neighbor's liking. These were the hidden fault lines running beneath the community. Jacko was a master at exploiting them. He understood the dark currents of envy and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, and he knew how to use them to his advantage, turning the quiet suspicions between neighbors into open fear. And so, the rumors began to spread, moving from cabin to cabin like a sickness in the air. At first, they were just unsettling stories. A peddler who was supposed to be heading through Pound Gap simply vanished. A farmer found his best mule gone, his tack shed emptied. A lone traveler would arrive at the next settlement pale and shaken, telling a story of being robbed on the trail by a man with eyes as cold and pale as a winter sky. None of these were big enough to bring the law down from the state capital, but they were carefully stacked, one on top of the other, building a foundation of dread. Every story, filtered through a dozen mouths around a dozen hearths, grew darker and more menacing. The whispers turned into a constant, low hum of anxiety that settled over the mountains. People began to look at the shadows a little longer. The sound of a horse at night was no longer a comfort, but a cause for alarm. The community was being slowly poisoned, not just by Jacko's deeds, but by the fear of what he might do next. The stage was being set for an act of violence so brutal it would turn whispered rumors into terrified screams. The year was 1892. For the Mullins clan, it was a day of prosperity. Several members of the family, including Ira Mullins, his wife, and other kinsmen, had made the long journey by wagon to the nearest town. They were returning home, their carts laden with goods, and more importantly, their pockets heavy with cash from a successful day of trading. We're talking several $100s, a staggering fortune in those mountains, enough money to set a family up for a year, or to make a desperate man do the unthinkable. Imagine the scene. A narrow mountain path, barely wide enough for their wagons, snaking its way through the dense, dark woods of Pound Gap. The late afternoon sun was beginning to fail, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the edges of the trail. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The steady creak of the wagon wheels and the soft plod of the horses were the only sounds in a world that was growing unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The woods were holding their breath. It was a feeling every mountain person knows in their bones. The difference between a peaceful silence and a waiting one. Perhaps one of the men glanced nervously into the darkening trees. Perhaps a child in the wagon pulled a blanket a little tighter around their shoulders, sensing a shift in the air. They were on their own land, just miles from the safety of their homes. But that feeling of safety was beginning to fray like an old rope. They were being watched. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the forest, a command rang out, a harsh voice slicing through the quiet, telling them to halt. But this wasn't a warning. It was a declaration. Before the echo had even died, the trees erupted in a blaze of rifle fire. The led horse screamed and reared, falling in its traces. The quiet evening was shattered by the roar of guns, the splintering of wood, and the first cries of shock and pain. On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name. Bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away, and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing. And in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes, their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder. It was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jett and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed, of the sitting sheriff, and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jett and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jett and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jett and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little czar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over. And Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end, in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little Tsar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains. A warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack, it was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army. Their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." Imagine this. An old woman sits on her porch in the misty mountains, her voice thin but clear. The tune she sings is simple, almost a lullaby. But the words tell of a jealous lover, a flash of steel, and a shallow grave by the river. This isn't just a song, it's a coroner's report. It's a witness statement from a ghost. Now imagine realizing that the hills around you are filled with these musical affidavits, detailing every kind of human tragedy imaginable. What if the darkest secrets of a region weren't written in dusty court records, but were hidden in plain sight, carried on a mournful melody? And who was the strange, suit-wearing lawyer who dared to venture into those isolated hollows to collect them? Today, we follow the man who became a detective of the past, using a banjo instead of a magnifying glass to uncover the bloody sagas the mountains tried to forget. Before we follow the man in the suit, we must first understand the world he was trying to save. In the early 1900s, the Appalachian Mountains were a nation unto themselves, a place where time flowed like creek water, slowly and in its own channel. The true victims of this story weren't just the people in the ballads, it was the memory of them, a living history held together by the frailest of threads, the human voice. This was a world built on self-reliance, where your closest neighbor might be a 2-hour walk over a ridge, and the law was often a distant, abstract idea. The keepers of these stories were not scholars or poets. They were farmers whose hands were stained with the same soil that would one day cover them. They were mothers who sang murder ballads to their children like lullabies, not to frighten them, but to teach them about the very real dangers of the world. Their lives were a cycle of hardship and small joys, marked by the seasons, the birth of a child, or the death of a neighbor. Their dreams were not of fame or fortune, but of a good harvest, healthy livestock, and a winter with enough firewood to keep the cold at bay. The mountains themselves were a living character in every story. They were a fortress that protected this unique culture, but also a prison that bred isolation and suspicion. A foggy hollow could hide a moonshine still, a family feud, or a fresh grave with equal ease. The deep woods and winding trails that were a source of life and sustenance could also swallow a person whole, leaving behind nothing but a whispered story. Justice here was often personal, and consequences were swift and final. These ballads, then, were more than just entertainment for long winter nights. They were the community's collective memory, its legal code, and its moral compass. A song about a betrayed lover was a stark warning. A ballad recounting a feud served as a map of bad blood, reminding each new generation who their friends were and who they could never trust. To lose these songs would be like a town losing its courthouse records, its newspaper archives, and its gravestones all at once. But even in this isolated world, shadows were beginning to gather. The first crackle of the radio was starting to echo through the hollows, bringing with it new songs from faraway cities. Young folks were hearing tales of a different life, a world of electricity and automobiles, and some were beginning to see the old ways as a burden. An entire library of ghosts, a complete history of human passion, violence, and sorrow, was at risk of fading into an unspoken silence, and only a very few seemed to notice. When Bascom Lamar Lunsford arrived in a remote hollow, he was stepping into a unique kind of crime scene, one where the evidence was not bloodstains or broken furniture, but fading memories and fractured melodies. The first sign that something was wrong was often the silence. He would visit a family known for its music, only to find the younger generation knew the latest radio hit, but not the half-forgotten ballad their own grandfather used to sing about a local tragedy. The air was thick with an unnatural quiet, the sound of a culture slowly losing its voice. The clues he found were scattered and cryptic. In one cabin, He might collect a single haunting verse of the Omi Wise saga, a piece of the story preserved like a shard of bone. Miles away, over another ridge, he might hear the same melody, but attached to a different set of words, the names changed to protect a long-dead ancestor. He would find specific, tangible details embedded in the lyrics, the mention of the Yadkin River, or a landmark like Adams Falls, clues that felt as real and specific as a footprint left at the scene of a crime. These weren't just random stories, they were anchored to the very soil beneath his feet. Yet this evidence only deepened the mystery. The scene spoke of chaos and the ravages of time. For every fact a song seemed to preserve, it offered 10 contradictions. Was Tom Dula a heartless killer, or a handsome fool manipulated by a jealous woman? The ballads Lunsford collected painted him as both, sometimes in the very same version. The trail of truth was overgrown with decades of gossip, family pride, and the simple, inevitable erosion of memory. The mountains held the secrets, but they offered no easy answers. Lunsford quickly realized his task was far more complex than simple recording. He was an archaeologist of sorrow, trying to reconstruct a complete skeleton from a handful of scattered, mismatched bones. Every person he spoke to was a witness, but their testimony was shaped by who told them the story and why. The wilderness he was navigating wasn't just the dense laurel thickets and steep ravines of the Blue Ridge, but the tangled, treacherous landscape of human memory itself, and it was filled with a multitude of unsettling questions. The first and most powerful suspect in the slow murder of these mountain sagas was the community itself. Lunsford quickly discovered that the greatest threat to a story was often the pain it carried. These weren't tales of distant kings and queens, they were raw, open wounds in the local memory. To sing about a young woman drowned in a river was to remember the real girl whose family still lived just down the creek. The songs were a constant reminder of a neighbor's betrayal, an ancestor's shame, or a violence that had torn families apart. Forgetting was not an accident. It was a choice, a form of self-preservation. The motive was a deep and understandable desire to bury the past. Many families felt a personal vendetta against the very history that defined them. As the 20th century progressed, the outside world began to cast a long shadow, bringing with it a condescending judgment of Appalachian life. The stereotype of the violent, feuding hillbilly was taking root, and these murder ballads felt like Exhibit A. To the younger generation especially, these songs were not a proud heritage, but a source of shame, a link to a brutal past they were desperate to escape. They wanted radios and cars, not grim reminders of the bad old days. The evidence of this quiet conspiracy was everywhere Lunsford looked. He'd approach an old man known to be a master fiddler and ask about a specific feud ballad, only to be met with a stony silence and the curt reply, "We don't trouble with that one no more." Parents actively stopped teaching the darkest songs to their children, preferring to pass on church hymns or the cheerful, impersonal tunes coming over the airwaves. This wasn't just forgetfulness, it was a deliberate act of cultural pruning, cutting away the painful branches of their own family trees. The community was turning on its own memories, hoping that silence would finally bring peace to the ghosts that haunted their hollows. If shame was driving the old songs into the shadows, a more seductive threat was beginning to change them in the open. The second suspect was someone no one wanted to point a finger at, the most gifted and ambitious musicians themselves. These were the keepers of the flame, the high priests of the tradition, the very people Lunsford sought out as his most valuable sources. Their betrayal wasn't one of malice, but of temptation, a quiet corruption that came from within the circle of trust. The secret motive was the dazzling promise of the modern world, delivered on a spinning shellac disc. In the 1920s, talent scouts from record labels like Victor and OK began venturing into the mountains. They weren't looking for historical documents, they were hunting for hits. They offered cash money, a life-changing sum for a family living on the edge of poverty, for a 3-minute recording. Suddenly, a song wasn't just a piece of heritage. It was a potential ticket to a life beyond the cornfield and the coal mine. A musician who had only ever played for neighbors at a barn dance was now being offered a small taste of immortality. Lunsford began to see the evidence of this pact everywhere. A long, grim ballad he had collected in its pure form from an elderly woman would reappear on a commercial record, but it would be different. The 15-verse saga of a bloody feud, with all its specific names and local details, was trimmed to a tidy 3 minutes. The killer's chilling, remorseless confession was replaced with a more palatable, moralizing chorus. The very soul of the story, its raw, uncomfortable truth, was being sanitized for sale. The custodians of the culture, in their understandable desire for a better life, were becoming agents of its alteration, polishing the jagged edges off the evidence until it no longer told the whole story. But the most dangerous intruder didn't carry a gun or a land deed. It arrived in a polished wooden box and spoke with 1,000 voices from a world away. The third suspect was a vast, impersonal, and relentless force, the rise of national mass media spearheaded by the radio. This was an entity with no face and no name, an invisible invader that could slip through the cracks of the tightest-knit community and whisper its promises directly into the heart of the home. Its motive was not malicious. It was something far more powerful: commerce. The radio wasn't interested in preserving the grim history of a specific mountain county. Its purpose was to create a single, unified American culture, one that bought the same soap, drove the same cars, and listened to the same songs. The old ballads, with their dark themes, rough edges, and hyper-local references, were an obstacle to this new, streamlined world. They were static in the signal of progress, a relic that didn't fit into a tidy, half-hour sponsored program. The presence of this threat created a quiet, creeping sense of cultural anxiety. The ancient art of storytelling, of passing a song from one generation to the next on a cold winter's night, was suddenly in competition with professional comedians and crooners from Nashville and New York. The local fiddler, a hero in his community for decades, now sounded amateurish compared to the polished bands broadcasting from the Grand Ole Opry. This external force didn't need to threaten or intimidate. Its very existence was a judgment. It carried an air of quiet menace, not with violence, but with the subtle, corrosive suggestion that the old ways were no longer good enough. In the beginning, Bascom Lamar Lunsford approached his collection like the lawyer he was, with a methodical belief that for every crime there was a single, definitive truth. He ventured into the mountains not just as a collector, but as an investigator, certain that he could track down the one pure version of each ballad, the original testimony that had been passed down unaltered through the generations. He believed that somewhere, in the most remote cabin, held in the memory of the oldest living soul, was the definitive, uncorrupted story of what truly happened to Laura Foster. He pursued this phantom through the rugged wilderness of human memory. He would meticulously record what he believed was the final word on the Tom Dula saga from a farmer in Wilkes County, only to travel 20 miles over the next ridge and hear a contradictory version from the man's own cousin. One song painted Tom as a romantic fool, another as a heartless killer. Ann Melton was a jealous accomplice in one holler and an innocent victim of rumor in the next. Every promising lead, every witness who claimed to have the real story from their great-grandmother, only led to another dead end, another fork in the trail. The single solid truth he sought was a red herring. He also assumed that the most celebrated local musicians, the prize-winning fiddlers and banjo pickers, would be the most reliable keepers of the ancient songs. He followed the sound of their music to barn dances and town squares, hoping to find the mother lode. But this trail, too, quickly went cold. He discovered that these were often the very people who had already been compromised. They were the first to be tempted by the record companies, the quickest to alter a 15-verse ballad into a catchy 3-minute tune. Their brilliant playing was often a cover for a story that had been stripped of its soul. The frustration for Lunsford must have been immense. The logical, orderly processes that worked in a courtroom were useless here. The evidence was alive, constantly changing with every telling. His investigation was yielding not clarity, but a growing, maddening fog. In the communities, his relentless probing questions began to stir a quiet unease. The fear was growing that perhaps these stories were not meant to be solved. Perhaps in trying to untangle the truth, this man from the outside world was simply pulling apart the last fragile threads holding their entire history together. As Bascom Lamar Lunsford pushed deeper into the mountains, the friendly smiles and offered dippers of water remained, but a new barrier rose to meet him, one as real as a stone wall, yet completely invisible. He was running into the unspoken law of the hills, a code of silence as old as the feuds themselves. The moment he moved beyond pleasantries and asked for a specific bloody ballad by name, the air on the porch would grow still. Eyes would drop. The answer was almost always the same. A slow shake of the head and a quiet mumble of, "Don't rightly recall that one," or the even more final, "We let that story die with the old folks." The reasons for this omerta were buried deep in the soil of the community. These songs were not abstract folklore, they were active social documents. To sing the ballad of the Allen Griffin feud in front of an Allen was more than rude. It was a hostile act, a dredging up of bad blood that generations had worked to bury. The names in the verses were not characters in a fable, they were the names on the weathered tombstones in the churchyard just up the hill. Lunsford quickly learned he wasn't just asking for a song, he was asking a man to testify against his neighbor's great-grandfather, and that was a line no one was willing to cross for a stranger. There was also a deep and abiding suspicion of any outsider asking too many questions. Who was this man in a starched collar, writing down their tragedies in his little notebook? The mountains had a long memory of being exploited by timber companies, by coal barons, and by condescending writers who came to caricature their way of life. Was Lunsford any different? Was he a cultural undertaker, come to put their most painful memories on display for a gawking world that already saw them as little more than violent savages? The silence was a shield, a way of protecting what little they had left that was truly their own. The psychological toll on the few who considered breaking this code was immense. One old woman, who knew a version of a local murder ballad that Lunsford had been searching for years, would only agree to sing it for him in her spring house, with the door bolted and the sound of the running water masking her voice. She was terrified, not of physical harm, but of something worse. The judgment of her neighbors, the quiet shunning that would follow if they knew she had given away their ghosts. In these hills, a reputation was all a person had, and the price for breaking the wall of silence was to lose it forever. For months, perhaps years, Bascom Lamar Lunsford operated as a detective chasing a ghost. He was searching for a single, verifiable truth, a definitive version of each ballad that could be entered into the record as historical fact. But the mountains resisted. The contradictions piled up, the silence grew deeper, and the logical mind of the lawyer was nearing a point of despair. He had a collection of beautiful broken fragments, but the complete, unassailable story he sought remained as elusive as smoke. The trail, it seemed, had finally gone cold. The turning point came not with a dramatic deathbed confession, but in a moment of quiet frustration. He was sitting on a porch with an elderly woman, trying once again to coax from her the full version of a local feud ballad. She would sing the beginning, her voice strong and sure, but when it came to the verses describing the killing, she would stop, shake her head, and hum a different tune, a simple, mournful church hymn. Lunsford, seeing another day's work dissolving into another dead end, was about to pack his things. But then he stopped, and he listened. He truly listened, not to the words, but to the feeling behind them. In the sorrowful cadence of that hymn, he suddenly heard the echo of the murder ballad. The forgotten clue wasn't a hidden lyric or a secret name. It was the realization that the emotion was the one thing that had survived intact. The community might change the names, forget the details, or refuse to speak the violence, but they never forgot the grief. The hymn was their way of telling the story when the story itself became too terrible to tell. It was the emotional core, the untainted piece of evidence he had been overlooking this whole time. This moment changed everything. It was as if a key had turned in a lock he didn't even know was there. He realized his entire approach had been wrong. He was not a detective hunting for a single culprit or a single truth. He was an archivist of human heartbreak. The contradictions and variations weren't flaws in the evidence. They were the evidence. They showed how a community grappled with, processed, and tried to heal from a trauma over generations. A renewed urgency surged through him. He had to collect it all, every fractured verse, every sanitized radio version, every mournful hymn that carried the ghost of the original tragedy. The real story wasn't in any single song. It was in the sum of all of them. With this new understanding, Bascom Lamar Lunsford stood like a prosecutor ready to deliver his closing argument. But in the spectral courtroom of his mind, the witness stand was empty, and the jury box was filled with ghosts. He had spent years searching for a single villain responsible for the slow death of the mountain sagas. He had cross-examined shame, ambition, and the relentless march of progress. And now, as he pieced together the fragments of evidence, the half-remembered verses, the sanitized records, the telling silences, the horrifying truth finally took shape. There was no single culprit. It was a conspiracy. He finally saw the first conspirator for what it was, the community's own shame. This was the inside man, the accomplice who unlocked the door and let the other forces in. The raw, bloody memories of the ballads had become a burden, a mark of otherness in a world that was rapidly modernizing. By choosing to bury their most painful stories, by refusing to teach their children the songs of feud and betrayal, the mountain folk had, with the best intentions, created a vacuum. They had disarmed their own culture, leaving it vulnerable and defenseless against the coming storm. Into this vacuum stepped the second conspirator, the gifted local musician, tempted by the promise of a world beyond the mountains. These were not villains, but tragic figures caught between two worlds. Driven by the understandable human desire for a few dollars and a little recognition, they became the unwitting agents of the crime. They took the raw, unvarnished testimony of the old songs and polished it for public consumption. They cut out the darkest verses, smoothed over the rough language, and sold a palatable, commercialized ghost of the real thing. They were the ones who put the forged signature on a false confession. And finally, Lunsford saw the mastermind, the cold, impersonal force that had orchestrated the entire affair, the radio and the rise of a national commercial culture. This was the entity that provided the motive, the means, and the opportunity. It offered a shiny, new, and effortless form of entertainment that made the old ways seem obsolete. It whispered the promise of a unified America where everyone listened to the same songs and shared the same simple stories. It created the very shame that had weakened the community's resolve and offered the very temptation that had turned its own guardians against it. In the end, Lunsford's discovery was far more chilling than a single, identifiable villain. The true culprit was an unholy trinity, a perfect and terrible collaboration between the past, the present, and the future. The motive wasn't malice, but something far more powerful, the inevitable crushing weight of change. The ancient, isolated world of the mountains, with its dark memories and bloody sagas, had been put on trial by the 20th century. And in this trial, there could only be one verdict. The old world was found guilty of being old, and the sentence was death by forgetting. Now that we have identified the culprits, we can finally reconstruct the crime. This was not a murder committed in a dark alley with a single sudden blow. It was a slow poisoning carried out in the warm, fire-lit cabins of the mountains themselves, with the victims' own families as unknowing accomplices. The truth, my friends, is that the ballads were not killed. They were allowed to die. Imagine an old man, a patriarch, sitting on his porch with his grandson as the evening shadows stretch across the hollow. He clears his throat to sing the old ballad, the one about the land dispute that cost his own great-uncle his life. He begins the first verse, his voice a familiar, comforting rasp. But then he looks at the boy, who is wearing a store-bought shirt and whose mind is full of things like automobiles and the world beyond the ridge. And the old man's voice falters. The next words, the ones about the gunshot and the bitter feud, freeze in his throat. In that moment of silence, a story that had survived for a century suffers a mortal wound. It doesn't end with a scream, but with a quiet, heartbreaking stillness. Now picture a different scene, a few years later. A talented young fiddler, the pride of his county, sits stiffly in front of a strange, cone-shaped microphone in a makeshift studio in a Bristol hotel room. A man in a suit tells him he has 3 minutes. He begins to sing the saga of Omi Wise, but when he gets to the part where the villain pleads with her, he softens the words. He changes a raw, brutal line into a more poetic, romantic one. The man in the suit nods in approval, and with that single, simple change, the soul of the song begins to bleed out, replaced by something cleaner, safer, and no longer entirely true. The final blow came not from a person, but from a piece of furniture. See it in your mind's eye, a family gathered in their cabin after supper. For generations, this was the time for stories, for the banjo to be taken down from its peg. But now, in the corner, sits a handsome wooden box with a glowing dial, a single cyclops eye staring into the room. They turn a knob, and a clear voice from Nashville fills the cabin with a song about a love they've never known and a city they've never seen. They are captivated. And over in the shadows, the banjo hangs on the wall, untouched. Its strings are not broken, they are simply silent. This is how the great bloody sagas of the mountains met their end. There was no single gunshot, no grand battle. It was 1,000 tiny, quiet surrenders. A forgotten verse here, a changed lyric there, an evening spent listening to the radio instead of a grandfather's voice. The stories became ghosts in their own homes, fading slowly until only a faint, melodic echo remained. They weren't murdered in a fit of passion. They were simply starved, one by one, in the quiet, comfortable darkness of a new and brighter world. There was no grand courtroom for this crime, no judge in black robes. The trial of the mountain ballads was held in the court of progress, and the jury was the American people, whose ears were already filled with the siren song of a new century. The prosecution, a slick and powerful attorney called the Future, presented its case with devastating force. It showed evidence of a faster, brighter, more connected world, a world of convenience and prosperity that made the old ways seem slow, dark, and obsolete. The defense was barely heard, a few faint, mournful notes from an old fiddle, drowned out by the confident roar of the radio. The accused parties reacted to the proceedings in their own ways. The commercial media, the mastermind, showed no remorse. A force of nature doesn't apologize for the storm. The ambitious musicians who had altered the songs for profit took the stand with a mix of defiance and quiet regret, arguing they had simply made a deal to survive in a world that was leaving them behind. And the community itself, the accomplice, sat in silent acceptance of its fate. They had already bought the radios and listened to the new songs. They had, in effect, already pled guilty. The verdict was swift and nearly unanimous. The ancient, bloody sagas of the mountains were found guilty on all counts, guilty of being too complex, too sorrowful, and too stubbornly local for a modern, optimistic nation. The sentence was not execution, but something far more final: obsolescence. They were to be banished from the front porch and the public square, remanded to the custody of a few dusty archives and forgotten collections, their stories replaced by a simpler, more cheerful narrative that sold more records. This verdict was, at the time, overwhelmingly popular. It was called Progress, Enlightenment, the inevitable march of history. But in this vast, impersonal courtroom, there was one man, who refused to accept the judgment. Bascom Lamar Lunsford did not act as a lawyer for the defense. It was far too late for that. Instead, he appointed himself the court clerk for the condemned. He worked tirelessly, not to overturn the verdict, but to create a perfect, unassailable transcript of the proceedings. He recorded every last piece of evidence, every haunting testimony, not for this trial, but for an appeal to a higher court, the court of history. And so, while the world celebrated a victory, Lunsford preserved the memory of what was lost. He ensured that the case of the mountain ballads would never truly be closed. He created a file so thick with sorrow and beauty that future generations would be forced to reopen it, to re-examine the evidence and ask themselves a chilling question. Was this justice, or was it a crime? It's a verdict that, thanks to him, still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The verdict had been handed down, and the consequences rippled through the mountains for generations, changing the fate of everyone involved. The survivors of this cultural crime, the ballads themselves, were now safe, but forever altered. Rescued by Lunsford, they were no longer living, breathing stories shared on a porch. They became ghosts in a filing cabinet, their voices captured on wax cylinders and stored in the climate-controlled vaults of the Library of Congress. They were saved from extinction, but at the cost of their freedom. They had become specimens, butterflies pinned under glass, their beautiful, tragic patterns preserved, but their flight forever ended. For the community, the people of the mountains, the verdict of obsolete had a devastating, long-term effect. The silence that Lunsford had encountered became the new normal. A generation grew up disconnected from the bloody sagas that had once defined their ancestors' world. The caricature of the simple banjo-strumming hillbilly, once a condescending fiction, began to feel like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Many of the brightest young people, convinced that their heritage was a source of shame, left the mountains for the cities, leaving behind an aging population and a profound sense of cultural amnesia. They had been judged by the outside world, and in their hearts, many felt their own culture had been found wanting. The descendants of the guilty parties, meanwhile, thrived in ways no one could have predicted. The ambitious musicians who had sanitized the old songs for commercial appeal became the founding fathers of a global phenomenon. The DNA of their altered ballads, the simple chords, the narrative style, the themes of love and loss, mutated and evolved, becoming the bedrock of what the world would come to know as country music. In a bitter twist of fate, the very act of betrayal ensured a kind of immortality. The raw, uncomfortable truth of the mountains was gone, but its polished, commercially viable ghost now echoed from every radio in the nation. And so, the lives of everyone in those mountains were forever changed. A people who had once known exactly who they were, their identity rooted in a deep and often dark well of shared stories, were now set adrift. They inherited the accent, the family names, and the stunning, unforgiving landscape, but they had lost the lyrical map that explained what it all meant. They became haunted not by the ghosts of the old stories, but by the far more unsettling ghost of their absence. You might think the story ends there, in a dusty archive, with the final verdict rendered by a changing world. But if you know where to look, you can still find the evidence of Bascom Lamar Lunsford's investigation scattered all across these hills. The traces of his work have not vanished. They have simply sunk into the soil, becoming part of the landscape itself. The most tangible remnant of his crusade is the Mountain Dance and Folk Festival, which he founded in Asheville in 1928. It still happens every year. On a warm summer night, you can go there and see the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the very people he interviewed. You can see them playing the same banjos, dancing the same steps, and most importantly, singing the same songs. It is a living, breathing wake, a place where the ghosts Lunsford collected are brought out into the light, not to be mourned, but to be celebrated. It is his final, defiant piece of evidence, presented to a new jury year after year. The songs themselves are another echo. Thanks to the collection he so painstakingly assembled, the ballads did not die. They were rediscovered. The raw, haunting melodies he saved from oblivion became a wellspring for the American folk revival of the 1950s and 60s. When a modern artist stands on a stage in New York or London and sings the chilling tale of Tom Dooley, they are, whether they know it or not, calling on one of Lunsford's ghosts. His work ensured that these hyper-local tragedies became part of a universal human story. And the story of Lunsford himself has become a piece of Appalachian folklore. The whispers about the minstrel lawyer still linger. He is remembered not just as a collector, but as a mythical figure, a man who walked between worlds and knew the mountain's darkest secrets. The legend of the man who knew where the bodies were buried has outlived almost everyone who told it, a testament to the power of a man who listened so intently that he became part of the story he was trying to save. But the most powerful echo is in the land itself. The rivers where lovers were betrayed still flow. The sharp ridges that once divided warring families still cut across the sky. These places hold the memory of what happened there, etched into the very rock and soil. Bascom Lamar Lunsford's greatest achievement was not that he saved the songs, but that he saved the connection between the songs and the land. And now, when you hear one of those old ballads, it feels as if the mountain itself is singing, telling you its own dark and beautiful secrets. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, around our digital campfire. What if a region's darkest secrets were carried not in books, but on a melody? We now have our answer. The secrets were a community's soul, its open wounds, its moral code, and its cautionary tales. And the strange man in the suit who collected them was more than a folklorist. He was a custodian of ghosts. Bascom Lamar Lunsford understood that these weren't just songs. They were the last, fading testimony of a world on trial, and he was the only lawyer willing to take the case. This is a story, then, not just of a man saving songs, but of the immense, often brutal price of progress. It is a timeless lesson on the seduction of forgetting. It teaches us that the most dangerous threat to a culture is rarely an invading army, but more often a quiet, internal whisper that tells us our own complicated, painful history is a burden we should lay down in favor of a simpler, brighter future. Lunsford's great crusade was a fight against this seductive silence, an argument that our scars are not meant to be hidden. They are proof that we have lived, and they are warnings that must never, ever be forgotten. Bascom Lamar Lunsford fought a war against the quiet death of memory, and in the end, he did not win. No one could. But he achieved something far more important. He ensured that the ghosts of Appalachia would never be homeless. He gave them a permanent refuge in the archives of a nation, and a voice that could still be heard by anyone willing to listen. And now, my friends, the story is yours to keep. The next time you hear an old, mournful tune carried on the wind, listen closely. It might not be the wind at all, but a story that, thanks to one stubborn man, refused to stay silent. If you stand on a ridge in Logan County, West Virginia, and just listen, all you'll hear is the wind moving through the pines. It feels ancient, peaceful. But 160 years ago, this silence was an illusion. It was a cover. In these very hills, a different kind of civil war was fought, a war of shadows and whispers, where your neighbor was more dangerous than any army. This valley was a hunting ground, and two men were the apex predators. One of them, you know, Devil Anse Hatfield. The other, his name has been swallowed by the fog of time. Today, we're peeling back that fog. We're here to find the story of Captain William Anderson, known to his men as Wall. He was the first man to wage a private war against Hatfield, a Union guerrilla chief whose personal crusade for a murdered friend would pour the foundation for the most infamous feud in American history. This ground remembers him, and if we listen close enough, it'll tell us his tale. Before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, life along the Tug Fork River followed a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. It was a world of scattered log cabins, nestled in deep hollows, where a man's last name meant more than any flag. Here, loyalty wasn't given to a government in some far-off city. It was sworn to your kin, your clan. Life was a relentless cycle of planting, hunting, and surviving, carved out of the forest with an axe and a rifle. And in this world lived two young men, both forged from the same mountain grit, both natural leaders, and both named Anderson. The first was William Anderson. The records don't tell us much about his early life, but they tell us what he stood for. He was a Unionist through and through. For him, and many like him, the Confederacy was the creation of wealthy tidewater aristocrats, the same flatland politicians who had always looked down on the mountain people as backward and unimportant. The Union represented something purer, a nation of free men, not a society built on the backs of slaves. In a county that was bleeding secessionist sympathy, holding that belief wasn't just an opinion, it was a dangerous declaration. The other was Anderson Hatfield, a man whose charisma was as sharp as his aim. History would come to call him Devil Ants. He saw the world differently. To him, the war was about defending his home from a federal government that had no right to tell a man how to live. He was a product of his place and time, fiercely independent and deeply loyal to Virginia. When the state seceded, his loyalty went with it. He saw the Union as an invader, an enemy at his doorstep. Before the war, they were just neighbors in a sparsely populated county. They would have passed each other on the trail, perhaps traded stories or shared a mason jar of corn liquor at a local gathering. They understood the same unwritten laws of the mountains. But in 1861, the whole world changed. A line was drawn right down the middle of the Tug Fork Valley. Suddenly, you had to choose. Were you for the Union or for the Confederacy? There was no middle ground. Friendships soured overnight. Families were torn apart. The quiet suspicion that had always existed between neighbors began to curdle into a deadly hatred. This beautiful, rugged land, once a sanctuary, was about to become a slaughterhouse. William Anderson and Ance Hatfield, two men who might have been friends in another life, were now standing on opposite sides of a chasm, ready to lead their people into a war far more personal and brutal than anything happening on the famous battlefields of the East. History isn't always found on a bronze plaque. Sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement of a county courthouse. That's where I found this. It's a digital copy of a fragile yellow document from the West Virginia State Archives, a military muster roll from 1862. The ink is faded, the names handwritten in a script that's almost art, but one entry is perfectly clear. At the top of a list of about 50 men, it reads, Captain William Anderson. This single piece of paper is the key. It makes him real, pulling him out of the realm of folklore and into official history. And it gives us the official name of his unit, the Logan County Home Guard. The name sounds so orderly, so defensive. It paints a picture of local men, deputized to protect their homes and keep the peace. A neighborhood watch with rifles, sanctioned by the new Union government of West Virginia. But that's the paradox, isn't it? No one in these hills passed down stories about the Home Guard. The name that was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence was the Logan Wildcats. To their enemies, they were known by an even more sinister name, the Snakes, a title that spoke of the way they fought, silent, sudden, and lethal. This official document is the sanctioned story, the clean version written for the men in Charleston and Wheeling. So this roll of names, this simple piece of paper, poses the critical question that unlocks our entire story. What turns a home guard into a band of feared guerrilla fighters? What events were so brutal, so personal, that they twisted a mission of defense into a campaign of vengeance? This document tells us who they were on paper. Now, we have to find out who they were in the flesh and in the blood. That muster roll wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a hunting license. With the official blessing of the new Union government of West Virginia, Captain Wall Anderson's mission was clear: to crush Confederate sympathy in Logan County. And in a war like this, that didn't mean fighting an army. It meant fighting your neighbors. Their first and most critical task was to disarm the local population known to be loyal to the South. In the mountains of Appalachia, this was more than a strategic move. It was a profound insult. A man's rifle wasn't just a tool, it was his provider, his protector, his symbol of independence. To have it taken from you, especially by men you grew up with, was an unforgivable violation. Imagine the scene. Anderson and his home guard ride up to a remote cabin, the smoke curling from its chimney. They aren't an invading army, they are familiar faces. They call the man of the house by his first name. But they are there to demand he surrender his long rifle and his squirrel gun, the very things he needs to feed his family and defend his home. They are acting under official orders, but to the family inside that cabin, this is nothing short of tyranny. This is how the war began here, not with a cannon blast, but with a tense standoff on a cabin porch. Of course, this aggression did not go unanswered. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in Logan County, that reaction was Ance Hatfield. He watched as Anderson's men, his Unionist rivals, used the law as a weapon against his kin and his allies. In response, he gathered his own band of fighters, also known confusingly as the Logan Wildcats. They became the Confederate shadow to Anderson's Union force. If Anderson's men raided a secessionist farm for guns and supplies, Hatfield's men would retaliate, hitting a Unionist farm twice as hard. This was the true beginning of the conflict. It was a slow-burning fuse lit in the summer of 1862. It became a brutal, intimate cycle of retribution. A Unionist would wake to find his corn crib burned to the ground. A week later, a Confederate sympathizer would find his best mule gone, taken in the dead of night. Taunts were shouted across moonlit hollers. Men would vanish on lonely trails, their bodies found days later. The formal name Home Guard became a bitter joke. This is how they earned their real names. To the Union families they protected, they were the Wildcats, fierce and loyal. But to the families they terrorized, their tactics were more subtle, more sinister. They were said to move through the woods without making a sound, to strike from the laurel thickets without warning and melt back into the shadows. They were the Snakes. And Captain Wall Anderson, once just a neighbor, was now their leader, locked in a deadly chess match with Devil Ance Hatfield, where the pawns were their own people and the board was the land they all called home. The official record is a cold thing. It gives you names, dates, and causes of death, but it never tells you about the fear. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the stories in their blood. My search led me to a small house just outside of Matewan, to a man sitting on his front porch, whose great-great-uncle was Asa Harmon McCoy. He's one of the unofficial keepers of the valley's memory, a man whose quiet words carry the weight of 5 generations of pain. When I asked him about Harmon, he nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant ridgeline. The books will tell you he was a Union soldier killed by Confederate partisans, he said, his voice raspy with age. And that's true, far as it goes. But the story my grandpa always told me, it was a whole lot more personal than that. He explained that Harmon wasn't just a faceless enemy in a blue uniform. He was known. He had lived here his whole life. His enemies weren't strangers. They were the men he'd grown up with. According to the McCoy family law, the real trouble started when Harmon came home from the army. He was seen at the local grist mill by Jim Vance, Devil Ance Hatfield's uncle, a man known throughout the valley for having a temper as hot as a forge and a heart as cold as a stone. Vance looked Harmon up and down, taking in the blue uniform and the discharged soldier's limp, and said something that wasn't just a threat, but a prophecy. "The way my family tells it," the old man said, leaning forward in his chair. Vance looked him dead in the eye and said, "The buzzards will be picking at your bones before the winter's out." You see, That's the part the history books leave out. This wasn't a random act of war. It was a death sentence delivered in public. Harmon knew Jim Vance, and he knew that Vance wasn't a man for idle threats. The family story insists that Devil Anse Hatfield himself had given his blessing to this kind of intimidation, telling his men to make life a living hell for any McCoy who had sided with the Union. Harmon McCoy was now marked. He was a man being hunted, not by an army, but by his own neighbors. This is the human truth that breathes life into the cold facts. The story passed down on this porch explains the terror that followed, and it gives us the emotional key to what happens next. It wasn't politics anymore. It was personal. And for Wall Anderson, hearing that his friend and comrade was being stalked like an animal by his sworn enemy's clan, it was about to become the point of no return. The winter of 1864 was a bitter one in the mountains. The war was grinding to its bloody conclusion, but in the Tug Fork Valley, the hatred burned hotter than ever. Asa Harmon McCoy, home from the Union Army with a broken leg, knew the threat against him was real. He didn't dare sleep in his own bed. He found a small, cold cave in the hills above his cabin, a place where he thought he would be safe. His wife and a loyal family slave named Pete would sneak food and blankets to him under the cover of darkness. For weeks, he lived like a hunted animal, listening to every snap of a twig, watching every shadow. His chief protector during this time was Captain Wall Anderson. Anderson saw Harmon's situation not just as a threat to one of his men, but as a direct challenge from Devil Anse Hatfield. He vowed to keep Harmon safe. Anderson's wildcats would patrol the ridges around the McCoy property, a silent, unseen shield. For a time, it worked. The presence of Anderson's feared guerrilla fighters kept the Hatfield clan at bay. A tense, fragile stalemate settled over the valley, a cold war fought with watchful eyes and loaded rifles. But the stalemate couldn't last. In the first week of January 1865, the fragile peace was shattered. A critical message reached Wall Anderson. A major force of Confederate cavalry was sweeping through the region, and his unit was needed to counter them. It was a legitimate military order he could not ignore. With a heavy heart, Anderson gathered his men and rode out, leaving the hollows around Harmon's homestead temporarily unguarded. He likely warned Harmon to be extra cautious, to stay hidden until he returned. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. This was the moment Jim Vance had been waiting for. With Anderson and his snakes gone, the valley was his. He gathered a band of Hatfield partisans, men who shared his burning hatred for the Unionist McCoys. On the morning of January the 7th, a fresh blanket of snow covered the ground, and in that snow, they found what they were looking for, a single set of tracks leading from the McCoy cabin up into the hills. It was Pete, the slave, bringing breakfast to his master's hiding place. They had their trail. The hunt was on. They tracked Pete to the cave. What happened next was not a battle, it was an execution. They found Harmon McCoy, wounded and alone, and shot him where he lay. The sound of the gunfire echoed through the cold, empty hollow. There was no one there to hear it, no one left to protect him. The promise Jim Vance had made at the grist mill had been kept. By pulling his men away for a larger fight, Wall Anderson had inadvertently left the door open for his enemy. When he returned and found Harmon's body, his sense of duty would have curdled into a furious, guilt-ridden desire for vengeance. The war was no longer about flags or politics. It was about a debt of blood that would be paid to the Hatfield clan. To understand what happened next, you have to come here, to the place where the official records fall silent. This is the hollow where Asa Harmon McCoy made his home. There's nothing left of his cabin now, just a flat patch of earth that nature is slowly reclaiming. It's not an easy place to get to. The hills rise up around you like fortress walls, steep and choked with rhododendron. This is a landscape that swallows sound, a place that can make a man feel utterly alone. And in the winter of 1865, that isolation was a weapon used against him. The physical evidence of Harmon's last stand isn't a bullet hole in a wall or a scorch mark on the ground. It's the land itself. Up there, on that ridge, the hillside is riddled with shallow caves and rock outcroppings. The exact one where he hid is lost to legend, and in a way, that makes the story even more chilling. It could have been any of them. I'm standing at the mouth of one now. It's cold, damp. Water drips from the rock, and the only sound is the wind at my back. It feels like a sanctuary, a perfect hiding place, but it's a trap. There's only one way in and one way out. This is where the hunt ended. Imagine that morning, January 7th, 1865. A fresh coat of snow covers everything, a perfect, clean slate. And on that canvas, a set of footprints, left by the slave Pete as he carried food up this very hillside. He was an act of loyalty, an act of human decency in the middle of a brutal war. But Jim Vance and his partisans saw those tracks not as a sign of loyalty, but as a map. Every step Pete took in that snow was a nail in Harmon McCoy's coffin. The land that was meant to hide him had betrayed him. The partisans didn't have to search, they just had to follow. Right here, on this unforgiving slope, the silence was about to be shattered. This cold stone hillside was about to become a tomb. Inside the cave, the cold was a physical thing, seeping through Harmon McCoy's clothes and settling deep in his bones. The only warmth came from a small, shielded fire that gave off more smoke than heat. He would have heard them coming, but not in the way you hear an army. There was no thunder of hooves, no battle cry. There was only the unnatural silence that falls over a forest when all the animals go quiet at once. A single bird, startled from a branch. A crunch of snow that was too heavy to be a deer. He was a woodsman. He knew the signs. The trap had been sprung. The men who surrounded the cave moved with the patience of wolves. They were shadows against the snow, their faces grim, their eyes hard. Jim Vance was at their head, his presence radiating a cold, implacable menace. There were no words spoken, no final taunts. The time for threats was over. This was the time for the prophecy to be fulfilled. They took their positions, a semicircle of rifles aimed at the dark mouth of the cave. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whispering through the bare winter trees. Then, the hollow exploded. A single rifle shot cracked the silence, its report echoing off the rock faces like a clap of thunder. It was followed instantly by a volley, a deafening roar of black powder and lead that ripped through the frigid air. The birds that had been hiding in the trees burst into the sky in a panic. The sound rolled down the valley, a brutal announcement that a debt had been collected. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A profound silence fell, heavier and more complete than before. The only smell was the sharp, sulphurous tang of burnt gunpowder hanging in the air. The figures in the snow didn't linger. Their work was done. One by one, they turned and melted back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but their tracks and the deep, ringing quiet. When the first search party, led by Harmon's family, finally made their way up the treacherous hillside hours later, they were met with that same chilling silence. They saw the disturbed snow, the dozens of footprints circling the cave. Inside, the meager fire had burned down to embers. A tin plate with a piece of cornbread lay overturned on the dirt floor. The air was still thick with the ghost of violence. They didn't need to see the full horror to understand what had happened. The message, delivered with such brutal finality, was clear. This wasn't an act of war. This was murder. And it was a message intended not just for the McCoys, but for their protector, Captain Wall Anderson. After a crime so brutal, you expect to find a paper trail. You expect to see the machinery of justice, however slow and imperfect, begin to turn. So, I went to the Logan County Courthouse archives, to the massive leather-bound ledgers where the county's business was recorded. The pages are thick and brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown. You can smell the history on them, a century and a half of dust and decay. I was looking for one thing, an indictment for the murder of Asa Harmon McCoy. I turned the fragile pages, past land disputes and lawsuits over stolen pigs, to the entries for January of 1865. My finger traced the elegant handwritten script, searching for the names. Vance, Hatfield, anyone from the partisan band. I was looking for a warrant, a coroner's report, a magistrate's note, anything to show that the law recognized that a man had been hunted down and killed in a cave. But there is nothing. It's not just a lack of a conviction, it's a lack of any record whatsoever. The official legal account of January 7, 1865, is a complete and total silence. It's as if Asa Harmon McCoy simply ceased to exist. His murder, an event that would ignite a feud for the next 30 years, is a ghost in these pages. The ink of the law never touched it. This is where you have to learn to read between the lines, to see the story in the empty space. That silence is more damning than any written verdict. It tells you that in Logan County, the official law was either powerless or complicit. It tells you that men like Jim Vance and the Hatfield clan operated with impunity, their influence so strong that the local courts wouldn't dare cross them. The system had failed, and when the official law turns a blind eye, another, older law takes its place. The law of the mountains, the law of blood for blood. For Captain Wall Anderson, this empty page in a courthouse ledger would have been the final confirmation. There would be no trial. There would be no justice from a judge in a black robe. He and his wildcats would have to become the judge, the jury, and the executioner themselves. The hunt was on, but it wouldn't be the sheriff leading it. When the law refuses to write the story, men with guns write it for them. For Captain Wall Anderson, that silent ledger in the Logan courthouse was not an ending. It was a declaration of war. If the official system would not pursue Asa Harmon McCoy's killers, then he would. The mission of the Logan Wildcats changed that day. It was no longer about defending the Union or disarming sympathizers. It was now a single, burning objective: to hunt down Jim Vance and every man who had followed him up that snowy hill. Justice would not be found in a courtroom. It would be delivered from the barrel of a rifle. The manhunt that followed was a terrifying affair. Anderson's snakes were masters of this terrain. They knew every trail, every hidden pass, every creek bed that could hide a man's tracks. They began a relentless campaign of pressure against the Hatfield clan. Men known to have been part of the death squad found themselves stalked. A trip to the grist mill became a life-or-death gamble. The woods around their homes, once a source of comfort, now held an unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow at dusk, could be one of Anderson's men waiting. There was no formal courtroom, but the mountains themselves became the venue for a trial by terror. Anderson's men would appear on a ridge overlooking a Hatfield-allied farm, just standing there, a silent, ominous promise. They conducted lightning raids, not for supplies, but for information, trying to squeeze the location of Vance out of his friends and family. The cycle of retribution that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In response to the hunt, Devil Anse Hatfield fortified his own people. The Tug Fork Valley became a checkerboard of fear, where armed bands from both sides patrolled the hollers, and a chance encounter on a narrow trail could erupt into a bloody skirmish. There was no verdict read by a judge. The verdict was the scream of a rifle echoing through the night. It was the sight of a barn burning against the black sky. It was the constant, gnawing fear that your name was on a list, and that the man hunting you would not stop until the debt for his friend's murder was paid in full. The pursuit of Harmon McCoy's killers was never a legal process. It was a private war, a brutal vendetta that consumed the last months of the Civil War and laid a bloody foundation of personal hatred that would last for another 30 years. The law had failed, and in its place, the law of the gun reigned supreme. To understand how a war truly ends, you have to look at how the warriors themselves ended up. You have to walk among the dead. Here, in Logan County, just off the main road, is the Hatfield family cemetery. And you can't miss its centerpiece. High on a hill stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse Hatfield, imported from Italy. He looks out over the valley he once ruled, defiant and proud even in death. It's not a headstone, it's a declaration. This is the final resting place of a man who lived a long life, died in his bed surrounded by family, and became a legend. A man who won. Then you cross the Tug Fork into Kentucky, and you find a different kind of grave. In a small, quiet family plot, you'll find the marker for Asa Harmon McCoy. It's a simple government-issue stone, the kind given to a soldier. It's humble, dignified, and tragically understated. It marks the end of a life cut violently short. They lie just a few miles apart now, the famous patriarch and the first victim, enemies in life, silent neighbors in death. But there's one man missing from this final roll call, the man who started the hunt, the man whose rage over Harmon's death set the whole feud in motion. Where is Captain William Wall Anderson? I've searched the old churchyards, the forgotten family plots overgrown with weeds, and the official records. There is no grave, no marker, no stone to say that he was ever here at all. Devil Anse is immortalized in marble, and his first victim has his soldier's stone, but their nemesis he has vanished from the earth as completely as a ghost in the morning mist. A man so central to this conflict, a man who burned with such a righteous fire, doesn't just disappear. His empty space on the landscape raises the final critical question that takes us back in time one last time. What happened to Wall Anderson? In April of 1865, General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. For most of the country, the Civil War was over. But in the Tug Fork Valley, the news of peace was just a rumor from a world away. Here, the war had never been about North and South. It was about Anderson and Hatfield, McCoy and Vance. The official war was over, but the killing wasn't. Captain Wall Anderson's personal manhunt for the murderers of Asa Harmon McCoy continued into the summer, a bloody epilogue to the national conflict. His fury had not cooled. The historical record shows that sometime in that violent summer of '65, Anderson and his Wildcats cornered a group of Hatfield's men near a place called the Dry Fork of the Tug. A vicious firefight erupted. It was an ambush, a chaotic swirl of smoke and muzzle flashes among the dense trees. And in that final desperate skirmish, Wall Anderson's luck ran out. A Confederate ball, fired months after their cause was officially lost, tore through his side. His men managed to drive off the attackers and carry their badly wounded captain from the field, but the blow was a devastating one. And this, right here, is where the story of Captain William Wall Anderson fractures into legend. The official records fall silent. His name vanishes from the muster rolls. What happened next depends on who you ask and which story has been passed down in their family. One version says he died of that wound, either slowly in a bed surrounded by his grieving men, or quickly, bleeding out on the trail. In this telling, he is a tragic hero, a martyr who gave his life for his cause right at the very end. Others whisper a darker tale, that he survived the initial wound, but was assassinated later, a final, quiet act of revenge by the Hatfields to eliminate their most dangerous enemy once and for all. But there is a third version, the one that best explains the empty space where his grave should be. It's the story of a man who simply had enough. He survived his wound, but the war had broken something inside him. He had seen too much killing, had felt too much hate. He looked around and saw that the Union he fought for had won, but his own personal war was a poison that would never stop spreading. And so, he just walked away. He left his life as a guerrilla captain behind, melted back into the mountains he knew so well, and vanished, becoming a ghost of the hollers, a man who chose to erase himself rather than fire another shot. Whatever the truth, The result was the same. With Wall Anderson gone, the Unionist cause in Logan County lost its teeth. Its fiercest protector was gone. Devil Anse Hatfield was now the undisputed power in the valley. The hunt for Harmon McCoy's killers was over. The debt, as far as the law was concerned, was forgotten. But the McCoys did not forget. The fire of vengeance that Wall Anderson had lit was now passed to them, an inheritance of blood that would smolder for years before erupting into the full-blown war that history would remember as the Hatfield-McCoy feud. Even now, a century and a half later, the ghost of William Wall Anderson is still fighting a war in these mountains. His legacy is a battleground. Devil Anse Hatfield's story is complicated, but it's chiseled in stone. Anderson's story, however, is a whisper that changes depending on which side of the hollow you're standing in. His name isn't a historical fact. It's a litmus test for old loyalties that run as deep as the coal seams. If you talk to the descendants of the McCoy family, or those whose ancestors were staunch Unionists, Wall Anderson was a hero, plain and simple. He was the only law that mattered in a lawless time. When the courthouse turned a blind eye to murder, he was the righteous fury that fought back. They'll tell you he was a brave captain who stood up to the brutal partisans led by men like Jim Vance, protecting innocent families from being terrorized. To them, his wildcats were a shield, and he was the wall that gave them their name, the last line of defense against Confederate tyranny. But cross the river. Talk to the families who still take pride in their Confederate roots, whose great-grandfathers rode with Devil Anse. To them, William Anderson was a monster, a marauder. They don't call him a soldier, they call him a bushwhacker who used the chaos of war as a license to plunder and kill. They speak the name Snakes with venom, remembering stories passed down of night raids, of stolen livestock, of a fear that their own government-sanctioned protector was a common criminal. In their version of the story, Devil Anse was the true hero, a man defending his home and people from Anderson's murderous gang. So who was he? A patriot or a killer? A lawman or a terrorist? The terrible, unsettling truth is that he was probably both. In a guerrilla war, fought neighbor against neighbor, the line between a soldier and a murderer is often just a shadow on the ground. To the family he was protecting, he was a savior. To the family he was hunting, he was the devil himself. His legacy isn't a single story, but a collection of conflicting, deeply personal truths, all of them held with absolute conviction. He reminds us that the victor may write the history books, but the vanquished write the family stories, and those are the ones that never die. When a man leaves no grave, he can't be buried. And when a story has no ending, it can never truly be over. With the facts of William Anderson's fate lost to time, the storytellers of the mountains took over. The man of flesh and blood died or vanished, but in his place, they created something that could never die. A ghost, a legend. To this day, there are people in these hills who will tell you that Wall Anderson never left. They say his spirit still walks the high ridges that overlook the Tug Fork, forever on patrol. They turn him into a cautionary tale, a boogeyman to scare the young. They say, if you're hunting late in the evening and you hear the snap of a twig behind you, don't turn around too fast. It might be the ghost of the old Union captain, still searching for the men who killed his friend. He has become a haint of the mountains, a restless spirit tied to the land he fought and bled for. This is the final stage in the life of a story like this. It's how a community processes a trauma that has no clean resolution. There was no final justice for Asa Harmon McCoy. There was no known resting place for his avenger. So the people absorbed him into their folklore. The ghost story is a way of remembering, a way of warning that old hatreds don't just disappear. They linger in the soil, in the shadows between the trees. The man is gone, but the grudge remains. And so, Captain William Wall Anderson, the historical figure, has faded almost completely. In his place stands the legend. He is no longer just a man who fought in a war. He is a permanent part of the landscape's psychic terrain, a symbol of a feud so bitter that not even death could end it. He is the whisper in the pines, the unseen fear in the hollow, a ghost born from a real man's quest for vengeance. And so, we end where we began. Standing on this ridge in Logan County, listening to the wind move through the pines. The sound hasn't changed, but after our journey, the silence feels different. It's no longer empty. Now, it's filled with the echoes of a forgotten war. We started with a single name on a faded muster roll and followed it into the heart of a darkness that history tried to forget. We stood at the mouth of a cold cave. We saw the ghost in the empty pages of a courthouse ledger, and we learned how one man's righteous fury could become a law unto itself. The story of William Wall Anderson is the proof that the most famous legends are often built on forgotten foundations. The world remembers the Hatfield-McCoy feud as a story of stolen pigs and star-crossed lovers. But that's the tale, not the truth. The truth began here, with a political assassination and a promise of vengeance. It's a reminder that the great sweeping forces of history are always at their heart intensely personal stories of love, loyalty, and a hatred that can outlive the men who carry it. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of the choices that define us. The men who fought here are long gone. The cabins they defended have returned to the earth. The guns have fallen silent. But the story remains. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like 2 small ghosts leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening. the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. 2 children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from. The overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen, they were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger, it was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannans with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannon homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book. It's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark, a cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. Imagine the deepest, darkest night in the Ozark Hills, where the silence is shattered not by a scream, but by the thunder of hooves. Riders emerge from the mist, but they are not men. They are terrifying figures in black hoods, with long, twisted horns sprouting from their heads, like demons clawing their way out of the very earth. The newspapers called them vigilantes. The outlaws called them monsters. But their neighbors called them something else, the bald knobbers. But here is the bone-chilling question history has tried to bury. What happens when the men who promised to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? Today, we will separate the legends from the facts and find out what really happened when good men put on the devil's mask. To understand the firestorm that was coming, you first have to understand the land that would become its kindling. The Ozark Mountains of southern Missouri in the 1880s were a world unto themselves. This wasn't the manicured countryside of the East. This was a rugged, isolated land of deep hollows, limestone bluffs, and spring-fed creeks that ran clear as glass. It was a beautiful but unforgiving place, settled by fiercely independent Scots-Irish families who asked for little more than to be left alone to work their small farms and raise their children. Life here was governed by the seasons, not the clock. Men like Nat Kinney were pillars of this community. A giant of a man, a Union Army veteran with a booming voice, he was seen as a leader long before he ever took the title. You could find him at his general store, a place that smelled of coffee, leather, and kerosene, where he'd extend credit to a family down on their luck. You had decent, church-going folk, families who believed in hard work and the word of God, whose greatest dream was simply a good harvest and a peaceful night's sleep. But peace was a forgotten luxury. The Civil War had not been a distant conflict here. It was a brutal, intimate butchery that pitted neighbor against neighbor. The official surrender in 1865 meant nothing to the hills. The old hatreds didn't die. They just festered, waiting for a new excuse to bleed. The law was a ghost, a corrupt sheriff a full day's ride away who couldn't or wouldn't do a thing to help. In this vacuum, a new power had risen. A loose confederation of outlaws, horse thieves, and murderers, led by the notorious Taylor and Matthews clans, ran Taney County as their personal kingdom. They mockingly called themselves the Anti-Law and Order League. For the ordinary farmer, life became a waking nightmare. Livestock vanished in the night, stores were robbed in broad daylight, and families were terrorized into silence. Every sunset brought a fresh wave of fear. Every knock on the door could be a gang of thugs demanding food or whiskey. The people were pushed to the absolute edge, praying for a savior. But they were about to learn a hard lesson. In the Ozark Hills, when you pray for a savior, you have to be careful what kind of angel answers your call. The roots of this conflict ran deeper than any single crime. They were anchored in the very bedrock of the Ozarks. The families who settled these hills, the Scots-Irish, didn't come here seeking gold. They came seeking freedom from kings, landlords, and any government that tried to put a bridle on them. They carved their lives out of the wilderness with an axe and a rifle, and the land they claimed wasn't just property, it was a declaration of independence. This patch of earth, this creek bottom, this ridge, it was a legacy paid for in sweat, heartbreak, and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his soul. But the most poisonous memory, the wound that never healed, was the Civil War. Here, it wasn't a war of uniforms and battlefields. It was a war of ambush and arson, fought between neighbors. Pro-Confederate bushwhackers and pro-Union jayhawkers turned the Ozarks into a slaughterhouse. A man might see the neighbor he'd helped raise a barn with the year before, riding toward his home with a torch in his hand. The official surrender at Appomattox was just a whisper from a world away. In these hills, the war never truly ended. It just went quiet. The hatreds were passed down from father to son like a family Bible. The Anti-Law and Order League wasn't born in a vacuum. It was the direct descendant of the bushwhacker gangs. Families like the Taylors and the Matthews had ridden for the Confederacy, and they saw the post-war government as a hostile, occupying force. For them, robbing and terrorizing their old Unionist neighbors wasn't just crime, it was a continuation of the war. They were settling old scores that the history books said were already settled. In this land, a family name was a heavy thing. It was your history, your allegiance, and your honor, all rolled into one. To be a Taylor or a Matthews meant you remembered the wrongs done to your kin during the war, and you never, ever let them go unavenged. To be a Kinney, a proud Union veteran, meant you believed in order, in the flag, and in the idea that the war was over and the law should be respected. The coming storm wasn't just about crime. It was the ghosts of the Civil War rising from their shallow graves, ready to fight one last time. The ground wasn't just fertile for a feud, it was salted with the blood of the last one. In a place as small and tight-knit as Taney County, there was no neutral ground. Friendships that had weathered droughts and hard winters now fractured under the weight of a single whispered question: are you for Kinney, or are you against him? The general store, the church, the blacksmith shop, these weren't just places of commerce or worship anymore. They were listening posts where every word was weighed and judged. Siding with the outlaws could get your barn burned by reformers. Siding with the reformers could get your throat cut by the outlaws. The simmering conflict gave old grudges a new, deadly purpose. A fistfight over a stray hog 10 years prior was suddenly remembered. A bitter argument over a boundary line marked by an old oak tree became a justification for violence. Men who had simply disliked each other for personal reasons now found themselves on opposite sides of a brewing war, giving their private hatred a righteous banner to fly under. The chaos was a perfect cover for settling old scores, and everyone knew it. Whispers became the currency of the hills, and they were poison. A story told at the grist mill in the morning would be a full-blown death threat by the time it reached the far hollows at dusk. Rumors traveled faster than a man on horseback, twisting and growing with every retelling. Did you hear that so-and-so was seen sharing a drink with one of the Taylor boys? Did you hear that man's wife say she thought Kinney was going too far? In this atmosphere, accusation was as good as a conviction, and suspicion was a death sentence waiting to be carried out. And then there were men like William Edens. He wasn't an outlaw. He hated the thieves and killers as much as anyone. But he was a stubborn, honest man who believed that justice delivered from the shadows was just another kind of crime. He spoke out, not in saloons, but in public, arguing that a secret committee of men acting as judge, jury, and executioner was a cure far worse than the disease. To Nat Kinney's supporters, this wasn't principled opposition, it was treason. Edens was marking himself and his family as an obstacle. He was a voice of reason in a world that was rapidly going deaf with rage. The community was no longer a community. It was a tangled web of fear, loyalty, and festering resentments. Every man was sizing up his neighbor, wondering which side he'd be on when the shooting started. The air itself felt heavy, charged with unspoken threats. It was a place holding its breath, waiting for the first man to reach for his gun. In the hollows, where old beliefs clung like moss to the north side of an oak, people felt the change in the air. The old folks would tell you the land itself was sick. They said the panthers cried with a human voice at night, a sound that meant blood was about to be spilled. A strange, unseasonable fog would roll in before dusk and refuse to burn off by morning, shrouding the hills in a ghostly silence. Women spoke in hushed tones of unsettling dreams, dreams of faceless riders and burning homes, of a darkness that had a shape and a name they couldn't quite speak. These weren't just superstitions, they were the collective dread of a community beginning to fracture under an unbearable pressure. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the woods. It was in the eyes of Nat Kinney. The man who once offered easy credit and a kind word was gone. In his place was a figure of pure, righteous fury. His voice, once used for friendly greetings, now boomed with the fire of an Old Testament prophet calling down damnation. He was the human catalyst, the gathering storm cloud. When he sent word, man by man, for a secret meeting at the schoolhouse on that treeless hill, that bald knob, it wasn't an invitation. It was a summons. It was the moment the vague, simmering anger of the people began to sharpen into a weapon. On that cold night in 1885, as a dozen men slipped away from their cabins, their wives felt a knot of dread tighten in their stomachs. They saw their husbands clean their rifles, not with the calm focus of a man going hunting, but with the grim determination of a man going to war. They didn't know the specifics of the meeting, but they understood its nature. This wasn't about building a new fence or organizing a church social. This was about blood. They were trying to cast out the devil, but they couldn't shake the terrible feeling that to do so, their husbands were about to invite a whole new kind of demon into their homes. The shadow of what was to come was already falling across their doorsteps. Inside that cold schoolhouse, by the flickering light of a single lantern, Nat Kinney's voice was a clap of thunder. He laid out the nightmare they were all living, the stolen livestock, the terrorized families, the mockery of the law. He told them that if the government had forsaken them, then they would have to become their own government. If the law wouldn't protect them, they would become the law. That night, they swore a blood oath of secrecy and allegiance. They were no longer just a dozen angry farmers. They were an army. They were the bald knobbers. And an army needs an enemy to fight. They didn't start with the hardened outlaws. Their first target was chosen carefully, a notorious wife-beater, a man despised by the community but untouchable by the law. One moonless night, the silence of a lonely hollow was shattered by galloping hooves. The man was dragged from his bed, not by his neighbors, but by a circle of horned, silent demons. They tied him to a tree and whipped him raw with a hickory switch. They didn't speak a single word. When they were done, they melted back into the darkness, leaving him bleeding and terrified. It was a message, brutal and clear. There was a new power in the hills, a power that saw everything. The reaction was immediate. Decent folk, who had lived in fear for so long, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The whispers were no longer of fear, but of gratitude. Justice had been done. This success was like a drug to the bald knobbers. It emboldened them, swelling their ranks and hardening their resolve. They moved from punishing social outcasts to targeting the outlaws themselves. They burned down the corrupt saloons and gambling dens that served as the gang's headquarters, a direct assault on their power. The true point of no return came a few weeks later. A crude notice was nailed to the door of a known horse thief's cabin. It didn't have a signature, only a crude drawing of a horned mask. It gave the man and his associates 24 hours to leave Taney County. There was no negotiation, no trial. It was an ultimatum: leave or be found hanging from an oak tree. This was no longer about punishing a single sin. This was a declaration of war. The bald knobbers had taken it upon themselves to cleanse the entire county by force. The first drops of blood, drawn by a hickory switch, had been a test. Now, having found their power, they were promising a flood. The outlaws, for the first time, were scared. And a scared man with a gun is the most dangerous thing in the Ozark Hills. The war had begun. Power born from rage is a fire that eventually consumes the hand that wields it. The bald knobbers, once hailed as saviors, had begun to believe their own legend. Their enemy was no longer just the outlaw, it was anyone who questioned their methods. William Edens, the outspoken farmer who dared to call their shadow justice a crime, became the focus of their festering anger. On a cold night in 1887, they decided his voice would be silenced forever. This time, there were no ghostly horns, no pretense of demonic judgment. A large group of men, their faces bare in the moonlight, surrounded the small, isolated cabin. The pretense was over. This wasn't a warning, it was an execution. Inside, the Edens family and their house guest, Charlie Green, were asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sound was not a knock, but a chorus of angry shouts from all sides, a predator's cry that left no room for escape. Then, the night exploded. It wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, continuous roar as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. The thin wooden walls of the cabin offered no protection. They might as well have been made of paper. The air filled with the shriek of splintering wood and the high-pitched shattering of the window panes. Inside, it was a hurricane of lead and splinters. The lantern on the table danced crazily from the impacts before its glass chimney burst, plunging the room into a terrifying darkness pierced only by the muzzle flashes from the tree line. Through the eyes of Edens' wife, it was a nightmare of incomprehensible chaos. She felt a searing pain in her own body as she fell. She heard a sharp final gasp from her husband, followed by the heavy, dull thud of his body collapsing onto the floorboards he had laid with his own hands. From the corner where their guest, Charlie Green, had been sleeping, there was a second thud, and then a profound silence. The attackers kept firing long after any movement inside had ceased, their fury needing to exhaust itself into the unresisting wood. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the shooting stopped. The silence that rushed back in was heavier, more terrifying than the noise. The only sound was the wind whistling through the new, ragged holes in the walls. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hung in the air, thick enough to taste. It was the smell of murder. When the first rays of dawn finally crept into the shattered cabin, they illuminated a scene of utter devastation. The moonlight streamed through dozens of fresh holes in the walls, creating a horrifying constellation of death. There were no masks, no warnings, no hickory switches. This wasn't vigilante justice. This was a cold-blooded massacre. The bald knobbers had crossed a line from which there was no return. The heroes of the Ozarks were now just murderers. To the men who surrounded that cabin, this wasn't murder. It was a grim, necessary surgery. In their minds, William Edens was not an innocent man exercising his right to speak. He was a cancer. His words were a poison that threatened to undo everything they had accomplished. They had faced down killers and thieves. They had brought a semblance of peace to a land of terror. And now this one man, with his talk of process and law, was giving comfort to the enemy. He was making them look like villains, turning the very people they'd sworn to protect against them. Their logic was twisted but terrifyingly simple. If Edens turned the community against them, the outlaws would rise again, and the old nightmare would return. To save the county, Edens had to be silenced. The transformation from savior to killer had been gradual, almost imperceptible. It began the first time a man used his horned mask to settle a personal score. It grew each time they took a fine that felt more like extortion. The righteous fire had slowly burned down into the cold, hard ash of self-preservation. The switch flipped the moment they realized that Edens' arguments were working. The fear of losing control, of being exposed, arrested, and hanged by the very law they had replaced, became a paranoia that consumed them. The mission was no longer about saving Tiny County. It was about saving the bald knobbers from their own destruction. That is why they didn't wear their masks that night. This wasn't a symbolic act of justice. It was a personal, brutal act of elimination. But what did they feel as they walked away from that bullet-riddled cabin, leaving the smell of gunpowder and death hanging in the night air? There was no triumph. There was no righteous satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow pit in their stomachs. The adrenaline of the firefight faded, replaced by the deafening silence of what they had done. They had just slaughtered a man in his bed, in front of his wife. They had become the very monsters they once hunted, night-riding killers who brought terror to the innocent. On the dark ride home, a few might have tried to justify it with hollow bravado, muttering it had to be done. But in the quiet of their own homes, alone with their thoughts, the truth would be waiting. The image of that splintered door, the sound of the glass shattering, the memory of the final heavy silence from inside the cabin. They hadn't felt like judges or executioners. They had felt like butchers. And in that chilling private moment of self-awareness, they finally understood. The horned mask wasn't something they wore anymore. It was something they had become. The silence that followed the gunfire was a living thing, a heavy blanket of horror that smothered the hollow. Inside the cabin, the cold night air began to creep through the dozens of new holes in the walls, carrying with it the sharp, metallic smell of gunpowder and fresh blood. For what felt like an eternity, the only movement was the moonlight shifting across the floor, illuminating the two still forms and the splintered wreckage of a once peaceful home. But there was a survivor. Gravely wounded, drifting in and out of consciousness, was William Edens's wife. The pain was a fire in her body, but a colder, fiercer fire burned in her mind, the need to bear witness. She could not let them get away with this. She couldn't scream. Her lungs wouldn't obey. So she began to crawl, dragging her wounded body across the floor, past the body of her husband, out the shattered door, and into the freezing mud of the yard. Every foot was an agony, a testament to a will that refused to be extinguished by a volley of bullets. Her destination was the nearest neighbor, a lifetime away in the darkness. When the first neighbors arrived at dawn, summoned by the wounded woman's desperate gasps, they were met with a scene that would be forever seared into their minds. This wasn't the work of outlaws. This was something different, something more terrifying. The sight of William Edens, a good and honest man, lying dead on his own floor, turned the community's stomach. The awe and respect many had held for the bald nobbers curdled into pure, unadulterated horror. They hadn't just killed a man, they had murdered a neighbor in his bed. The news of the Edens massacre was a lit match dropped on a dry tinderbox. It traveled faster than any posse, a wave of shock and revulsion that swept through the Ozark Hills. The story was told in hushed, horrified tones at every crossroads and general store. They hadn't worn masks. They had shot the house to pieces. Mrs. Edens had survived. The killers' identities, long whispered in secret, were now spoken openly, names attached to an unforgivable crime. This was too blatant, too savage for even the corrupt local authorities to ignore. The flimsy shield of public support for the bald nobbers had been utterly shattered. The state was finally forced to act. The governor of Missouri, his hand forced by the public outcry, authorized the use of the state militia and hired the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency to hunt the killers down. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, turning friends into potential informants. The hunt was on, not just by a local sheriff, but by the full, vengeful power of the law they had so arrogantly replaced. The hunters had officially become the hunted. The murder of William Edens was not a stone dropped in a pond. It was an earthquake that split Taney County right down the middle. There was no more gray area, no room for neutrality. The invisible lines of allegiance that had been forming for months were now drawn in blood. You were either for the bald nobbers, believing they were the only thing standing between order and chaos, or you were against them, believing they had become a murderous tyranny. The question was whispered over fence posts, argued in hushed tones in the back of the general store, and sometimes settled with fists in the dusty street. Families who had shared pews for generations now glared at each other over the tops of their hymnals, the preacher's words about forgiveness ringing hollow and meaningless. The community, once a source of strength, was now a web of suspicion. Every shadow could hold a spy, and every friendly greeting could be a test. A conspiracy of silence fell over the hills, but it wasn't the silence of ignorance. Everyone knew who pulled the triggers that night. The killers were their neighbors, their cousins, the men they'd helped raise barns with. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own family's door. Fear was a gag in the mouth of justice. In response to this new terror, an opposition finally took shape. They called themselves the Anti-Bald Nobbers. This wasn't a formal army, but a desperate coalition of the outlaws' families, old enemies of Kinney, and decent men who were simply horrified by the Edens massacre. The hills erupted into a full-scale guerrilla war. A bald nobber's barn would mysteriously catch fire in the night. An anti-bald nobber would be ambushed on a lonely road. Shootouts became common, turning the quiet mountain trails into killing grounds. Amid the terror, there were quiet acts of breathtaking courage. A neighbor, knowing the risk, would leave a basket of food on the porch of the surviving Eden's family under the cover of darkness. Another, his conscience finally outweighing his fear, would slip away to meet with the Pinkerton detectives, his whispered testimony the first crack in the wall of silence. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. Men who knew the truth would provide false alibis for the killers, choosing the bonds of kinship or the safety of their own skin over the rule of law. The community was eating itself alive, and the war for the soul of the Ozarks had begun in earnest. The law that had been a ghost in Taney County for a generation finally arrived, and it arrived as an army. The state militia, disciplined and impersonal, marched into the hills, their blue uniforms a stark contrast to the greens and browns of the Ozarks. Alongside them came the Pinkerton detectives, quiet, observant men in city clothes who missed nothing. They weren't swayed by old loyalties, and they weren't intimidated by local reputations. They brought with them the cold, methodical logic of the ledger book and the arrest warrant. An unlikely and dangerous posse was formed. It was a volatile mix of state troopers, professional detectives, and the raw, vengeful fury of the anti-bald nobbers. For the lawmen, these local guides were a necessary evil, men who knew the secret paths and hidden hollows. For the anti-bald nobbers, this was their chance for revenge, now sanctioned by the state. They hunted their own kin, leading the militia to the doorsteps of men they had known their entire lives. The chase that followed was a brutal ordeal against the land itself. The wanted men were not fools. They were sons of these mountains. They knew every cave, every rock outcropping, every spring that could hide a man. They could melt into the dense woods like smoke. For the pursuing militia, many of them flatlanders, the Ozarks became a green hell of steep ridges, sudden drop-offs, and thorny thickets that tore at their uniforms and their resolve. Days turned into weeks of grueling patrols, of false leads and near misses. The mountains, which had been the bald nobbers' fortress, were now their last, desperate sanctuary. But the real weapon that brought them down wasn't the rifle, it was the whisper. The governor's reward money was a powerful temptation, but it was the presence of the militia that truly broke the spell of fear. For the first time, people who knew the truth felt safe enough to speak it. A farmer, his conscience gnawing at him, would secretly meet a detective and trade a name for a promise of protection. A woman, tired of the bloodshed, would leave an anonymous note detailing a hiding spot. One by one, the cracks in the wall of silence began to spread. The end came not in one epic firefight, but in a series of swift, merciless raids. Acting on the new intelligence, the militia would surround a cabin in the pre-dawn darkness, their rifles appearing like a thorny crown around the house. Some men were taken from their beds, blinking in confusion as the cold steel of handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Others tried to fight, their defiance ending in a brief, desperate exchange of gunfire. A few, run to ground in a remote cave, simply gave up, their faces gaunt with hunger and the knowledge that the game was over. The once feared night riders, the horned demons of the hills, were rounded up by the dozens, their reign of terror ending not with a thunderclap, but with the quiet, final click of a jail cell door. The trials of the bald nobbers were not a quiet legal proceeding. They were the final battle of the war, fought not with rifles, but with testimony and lies. The entire county descended on the small town of Ozark, Missouri, turning it into an armed camp. State militia with bayonets fixed stood guard on the courthouse steps and at the doors, their stoic presence a thin wall against the seething tension in the streets. Inside, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a stifling, airless space filled with the families of the accused, the families of the victims, and curious onlookers, all watching each other with a mixture of hatred and fear. The air was thicker than summer molasses, heavy with the unspoken threat that the violence outside could erupt within these walls at any moment. This was a clash of two worlds. In the dock sat the accused, hardened hillmen, their weathered faces looking utterly out of place against the polished wood of the court. Facing them was the machinery of the state, slick, confident lawyers from the city whose legal arguments felt like a foreign language in a place where disputes were settled with a handshake or a shotgun. Witnesses were called to the stand, their hands trembling as they swore on the Bible. You could see the terror in their eyes. As they spoke, their gaze would drift to the gallery, where the kin of the accused sat in stony silence, a silent but powerful reminder that after the judge and jury were gone, the mountains and their long memories would remain. Witness intimidation didn't require a single word, only a steady, unblinking stare. The defendants themselves showed no remorse. Led by Dave Walker and his son, they carried themselves not with the shame of murderers, but with the defiant pride of captured soldiers. They rarely looked at the judge or the jury. Their eyes were fixed on their own people in the crowd, a silent exchange of loyalty that defied the authority of the court. In their minds, they were being tried by a foreign power for an act of war, for executing a traitor who threatened their cause. They did not recognize this law, and they would not bow to it, even with the shadow of the gallows falling over them. The great captain, Nat Kinney himself, was not among them in the dock for this final judgment. He had a solid alibi for the night of the Eden's murder and was acquitted in a separate trial, a legal technicality that felt like a dagger in the heart of true justice. The mastermind, the voice that had summoned the demons in the first place, would walk free. The state needed convictions, and it focused its full weight on the men whose triggers had been pulled that night. The jury, a group of terrified local men, deliberated under immense pressure, knowing their decision could make them heroes to one half of the county and targets to the other. Finally, they filed back in, their faces grim. The foreman stood, his voice shaking slightly as he read the verdict. Guilty. 4 men, Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews, were sentenced to be hanged by the neck until dead. A collective gasp sucked the air from the room, followed by a single piercing sob from the Walker family pew. The condemned men did not flinch. They simply stood, their faces like granite, and were led away. The law of men had spoken. The gallows would have its due. But as the crowd shuffled out into the tense evening air, the question hung unspoken between them. With dozens of others who fired into that cabin walking free, with the leader of the whole movement absolved, was this justice? Or was it just a sacrifice, a few lives taken by the state to pretend that the war was finally over? On a bright spring day in May of 1889, a gallows was built in the town of Ozark. A crowd gathered, not to cheer, but to watch in grim silence as Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews were led to the platform. The trapdoors fell, the ropes snapped taut, and the law of men had its final, brutal word. But for the Ozark Hills, this was not an ending. It was simply the beginning of a long and bitter reckoning. The great captain, Nat Kinney, had walked out of the courtroom a free man, but the Ozark Code of Justice he had unleashed had a long memory. In August of 1888, months before the hangings, he was standing in his own general store. His sworn enemy, Billy Miles, walked in, raised a shotgun, and fired. There was no fiery speech, no final plea, just the deafening roar of a shotgun and the thud of the giant falling behind his own counter. The man who had sought to bring his own law to the mountains died by that same law. For the dozens of other bald knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, there was no gallows, but there was a different kind of sentence. They returned to their farms to find themselves living in a prison without walls. They faced the silence of a neighbor turning his back in the street, the sudden chill in a once friendly general store. Their names were now a poison in the well of their reputation. Some found their crops failing, their livestock sickening, and whispered it was a curse. Others, unable to endure the shame and the constant accusing stares, simply sold their land for pennies on the dollar and vanished, their families swallowed by the westward migration. And what of the survivors? For Mrs. Edens, the woman whose will to live had brought the whole machine of justice down on the bald knobbers, there could be no peace in Taney County. Every ridge, every creek, every familiar tree held the ghost of her husband and the memory of that terrible night. The land was tainted. Soon after the trials, she and her family packed what little they had left into a wagon and left the Ozarks forever, becoming refugees from their own home. The creak of their wagon wheels on the dusty road was the sound of a final, heartbreaking goodbye. The community, ripped apart by the violence and the trials, did not heal. It simply scarred over. A thick, heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the whole affair. People stopped talking about it. The names Bald Knobber and Edens became words spoken only in hushed whispers. It was a shared, unspoken agreement to forget. The story was too ugly, the wounds too deep. They buried the history, hoping that if they piled enough dirt on it, the ghosts would eventually stay down. For generations, the official history of Taney County was a story with a missing chapter. But the past never truly dies. It just goes to ground. Today, the descendants of both the Bald Knobbers and the anti-Bald Knobbers still live in those hills. They are farmers, business owners, and teachers. But they carry a heavy inheritance. A name like Walker or Matthews still carries a faint echo of that old war, a history that is rarely, if ever, spoken of aloud. It's a private knowledge, a story kept behind closed doors, because in a place this small, the great-grandchildren of the hanged man might still live just down the road from the great-grandchildren of the men who hanged him. The physical traces are harder to find, but they are there for those who know where to look. The old schoolhouse on the Bald Knob is long gone, reclaimed by the woods. But the hill itself remains, a quiet, windswept place that feels different from the land around it. In the old cemeteries, you can still find the tombstones. There's the grave of Nat Kinney, the murdered captain, and not far away, the final resting places of the men who were hanged. The simple, weathered stones, with just a name and a date, give no hint of the firestorm that consumed their lives. The mountains have quietly swallowed the evidence, leaving only the ghosts. But the story refused to stay buried. In 1907, an author named Harold Bell Wright published a novel called The Shepherd of the Hills. The book was a sensation, one of the most widely read American novels of its time. In its pages, the raw, bloody truth of the Bald Knobbers was sanded down, romanticized, and transformed into a mythic tale of heroic mountain men fighting for justice. Wright turned the complex and brutal vigilantes into archetypes of the American frontier spirit. He gave the world a legend it could stomach, and in doing so, he cemented the name Bald Knobbers in the nation's memory forever. And then came the final, strangest chapter of their legacy. As tourism came to the Ozarks and the town of Branson began its transformation, the story was sanitized one last time. In the mid-20th century, a family of entertainers started a country music show. Looking for a memorable local name, they chose one that would echo through the hills, the Bald Knobbers Jamboree. Today, tourists clap along to fiddles and laugh at comedians, their family-friendly fun promoted by cartoon figures of men in horned masks. The terrifying night-riding demons of the 1880s have become a brand. The ghost was repackaged and sold, its bloody history washed clean for the sake of entertainment. But if you drive away from the bright lights of the Branson Strip, back into the deep, dark hollows on a moonless night, and turn off your engine, you can still feel it. A silence so deep it feels ancient. And in that silence, you can almost hear the whisper of the wind through the oak trees. People may have forgotten, the novel may have romanticized, and the show may have sanitized. But the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked in the beginning: in the cold, misty dark of the Ozark Hollows. What happens when the men who promise to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? The story of the Bald Knobbers gives us a chilling and timeless answer. It tells us that the line between a savior and a tyrant is terrifyingly thin, a line drawn not in the dirt, but inside the human heart. It shows us that justice, when stripped of process and mercy, is no longer justice. It is merely vengeance with a righteous name. This is more than just a forgotten tale from the Missouri hills. It is a profoundly American tragedy, a cautionary tale written in blood. It is a story about the indomitable frontier spirit, that fierce, independent streak that demands order in a chaotic world. But it is also a warning about the terrible danger of that same spirit when it becomes convinced of its own infallibility, when good men decide that their rage is the only law that matters. The law may be slow, it may be flawed, and it may sometimes fail us. But the Bald Knobbers stand as a grim, horned monument to the fact that the alternative is a far more terrifying monster. Their story is a lesson that was paid for with lives, with a community torn apart, and with ghosts that still linger in the deep woods. A lesson that the masks we wear to fight monsters have a way of sticking to our skin, and that the abyss, when stared into for too long, always stares back. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of Civil War wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tug Fork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, This fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Anse Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staton's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staton, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staton lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed. At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Ance's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with John C. among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. John C., a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the two warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the two great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Talbot McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield, Devil Ance's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Talbot McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Talbot, joined by his two brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the three McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Ance arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then, he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Ance and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig, and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed a million miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devilance Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devilance and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devilance over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Cline used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tug Fork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality, knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Cline's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Klein, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the pawpaw trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance. You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its